The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Baitworks, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 2025 edition. We are here at Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama at Goose Pond. 100 boats, $100,000, and over 100% payback goes out to these guys today here at Lake Guntersville. Thank you to the Mountain Lakes Chamber of Commerce, the City of Scottsboro for being our host this week. These guys are ready to go fishing. The biggest weight in Alabama Bass Trail history happened right here on Lake Guntersville, 3202. Can that fall today? The biggest bass in Alabama Bass Trail history is a 1036. It was weighed in on Pickwick in 2018. Can that go down today? John's calling it. He said it's going to go down today. But the way we start every Alabama Bass Trail tournament from 2014 to 2025 is we stand and we honor those who serve this country here and around the world by playing our national anthem. And here we go. All right, here we go. I know boat number one has got to be close by. Boat number one, Jason Cannon and J.D. Bedford. Boat number one, Jason Cannon and J.D. Bedford, you are free to release. Boat number two is snowed in Indiana. They are not here, so moving on to boat number three, Tim Griffith and Brody Robinson. Boat number four, Preston Henson and Mike Tuck. Boat number five, Lynn Johnson and Andrew Johnson. Boat number six, Jeff Kitchens and Chuck Thurlow. Boat number seven, Jeremy Lamb and Blake Hall. Boat number eight, Jason Niedergesses and Jason Smith. Boat number nine, Brandon Ray and Ronnie Ray. Boat number 10, Robert Robinson and Morgan Brown. Sorry. Had to do it. Boat number 11, Eric Summers and Tommy Pegues. Lord have mercy. There ain't nothing good going on in that boat today, I can tell you right now. Boat number 13, Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell. Boat number 14, Jimmy Whaley and Terry Adams. Boat number 15, Raymond Youngblood and Danny Shell. Boat number 16, Justin Barnes and Carson Hinman. Boat number 17, these guys can catch them on this body of water. They got a win here in over 30 pounds. Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat number 18, Shannon Briggs and Linus Jolly. Boat number 19, Tom Frink and Brian Talmadge. Boat number 20, Will Colley and Thomas Alpha Man Shelton. Boat number 21, LaVoyd Lemon and Michael Black. Boat number 22, Adam Jackson and Andy Jackson. Maybe part of the Jackson 5, I don't know. Boat number 23, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Boat number 24, Nathan Martin and Justin Lynch. Last boat in this flight, boat number 25, William Waddle and Kevin Nunley. Boat number 26, Dustin Wilkie and Jake Robertson. Boat number 27, Tony Campbell and Tim Van Egman. Tim's got jokes. Boat number 28, Jackie Flack and Ethan Flack. Boat number 29, Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. They won down on the Alabama River a couple years ago. Boat number 30, Ted Paisley and Mark Condren. Boat number 31, Jeremy Robinson and Marty Lycos. Boat number 32, Trent Surratt and Johnny Surratt. Surratt. Okay, Surratt. Boat number 33, J.T. Russell and Jeff Russell. Boat number 34, Justin West and Cody Vickery. Boat number 35, Lucas Black and Slick Jones. Ooh, it's a dangerous pair right here. Boat number 36, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. They had a win last year at Weiss Lake, had a second place finish in the Snow Bowl back at Logan Martin. Boat number 37, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. And our first winners on the ABT last year, Mr. Jed Lamb and Andrew Loberg going out boat 38. Hey, and to round out our season, the winners from Wheeler Lake, boat number 39, Walt Roberts and Robert Greenberg. Boat number 40, these guys have 2 wins at Lake Guntersville. 2 wins, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Boat number 41, Dustin Seaborn and Benji Seaborn. Boat number 42, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. And I don't see Winston. Boat number 43, Matt Adams and Jason Whitehead. Got you guys. Boat number 44, Michael Briggs and Jonathan Nixon. Ooh, got us some Eufaula boys. Boat number 45, Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Former Alabama Bass Trail Anglers of the Year. Boat number 46, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Boat number 47, John Pollard and Stephen Navarre. Boat number 48, Caleb McNeil and Taylor Luna. Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail, guys. Boat number 49, Brian Stifler and Bassmaster Elite Pro Wesley Gore. Boat number 50, Chad Schroeder and Chance Perry. Boat number 51, Ken Walters and Dallas Weldon. Good luck, guys. Boat number 52, Eric White and Eddie Jewell. Boat number 53, Todd Beaver and Kyle Sellers. Boat number 54, Lee Black and Casey Mims. Boat number 55, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. I can't get my page turned. I can't get it turned. Hold on, fellas. Okay, boat number 56, Dakota Gaskin and Mark Womack. Boat number 57, Weston Hardiman and Brittany Hardiman. Boat number 58, Matthew Johnson and Trevor Radich. Boat number 59, Terry Mann and Terry Pryor. Boat number 60, Thomas Roach and Kevin Williams. Boat number 61, Troy Simback and Terry McCormick. Boat number 62, Trouble, Jason Thomason and Tim Hatcher. Boat number 63, all the way from Wisconsin, Greg Werner and Boston Werner. Boat number 64, LJ Brown and Coda Kiriyama. Boat number 65, Jeff Cannon and Tom Messer. And talk about getting the band back together. Boat number 66, Chris Rutland and Russ Lane. Boat number 67, Austin Swindle and Elliot Galt. Boat number 68, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. Ooh, these guys caught them good last year. Boat number 69, your Anglers of the Year in the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Mr. Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Ooh, one half of the AOI in the South, Anglers of the Year in the South Division. Boat number 70, Anthony Goggins and Randy Wiggins, not Watkins. Boat number 71, Brent Crow and Joe Lucarelli. How about that, Joe? Boat number 72, former Bassmaster Elite Angler Kelly J. and Lanier Burton. Boat number 73, Lawrence Judd and Jamie Butler. Boat number 74, rookies on the Alabama Bass Trail 100, Mr. Mark Knight and Marty Gentry. And oh my Lord, these Tennessee River Rats, they gonna catch them. Boat number 75, Mitch Mitchell and Austin Weaver. Boat number 76, David Pear and Jimmy Mason. He's been here a few times. Boat number 77, Justin Strickland and Christian Smith. Boat number 78, Stephen West and Clayton Ellis. Boat number 79, Clint Blackwood and Briar Chambers. Boat number 80, Matt Green and Taylor Thompson. Boat number 81, these guys have been here a few times too, Derek Hicks and Alex Spinnerbait Davis. Boat number 82, John Kellett and Robert Story. Boat number 83, Mike Hood and Adam Lynn. Sorry, my paper. Boat number 84, Johnny Patterson and Brian Douglas. Boat number 85, Mickey McHenry and Kim Carver, going out in the Paul Davis boat. Boat number 86, Todd Sims and Matt Rayburn. These guys won back on Wadowee a couple years ago. Boat number 87, Rusty White Jr. and Brian Elder. Boat number 88, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Boat number 89, Kenneth Grover and Bob Blackerby. Boat number 90, Justin Kirk and Blake Hollingsworth. These guys won an Alabama Bass Trail Championship on Smith Lake. Boat number 91, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst Jr. Boat number 92 did not show up this morning for a boat check. Boat 93, Waylon Mullis. And a guy y'all might know, Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner. All right, boat number 94, Nolan Spencer and Robbie Spencer. Boat number 95, James Scott and Kenny Carroll. Boat number 96, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. Your 2022 Anglers of the Year here, Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes, boat number 97. Boat number 98, Bassmaster Elite Series Angler, former Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury. and his buddy Terry Stevens. Just bought a new Phoenix boat. Your 2024 Alabama Bass Trail 100 Anglers of the Year, Paul Davis and Josh Chappell. And last, but certainly not least, from American Bait Works, Mr. Brian Johnson and Carter Day. Good luck, guys. All right, guys, we are done with blast off. I've already heard Luke's on somebody. I think he's on boat number 21, LaVoyd Lemon and Mike Black. So we're going to pitch it over to Luke. Luke, tell me they're catching them.
Well, they haven't caught anything yet, but welcome to the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail 100. And I can tell you right now, Kay is going to be hard to follow with that enthusiastic calling of the boat numbers there. I was fired up, ready to go, and so many of our anglers are. But luckily, we are on boat 21, LaVoyd Lemon and Michael Black, and they did not make a very long run, and they're doing that typical Guntersville early pre-spawn winter time trapping bite is what they're after this morning. They've started out here on the main river. Look like they're fishing a little grass this morning. So we've stopped and going to spend some time with them. They have not caught a fish yet, and as you can hear behind us and see, a lot of the boats just, Miss Kay just finished with the roll call. So we've got boats coming by us here, so I expect this bite to get good whenever everything kind of settles down. The interesting thing about Guntersville, typically this time of year for me, is this end of the lake normally gets just, historically, this is a very popular end of the lake for this style bite that these guys are going after, that shallow trap bite. Chatterbait has come on strong in recent years with the eelgrass. And you can see boats still blasting off. Those guys just gave them a flyby right there. A little close, I would say. But a lot of what these big winter weights you've been hearing about from Guntersville since November are really taking place on the lower, I would say, third of the lake. So we're going to bounce around. We got Jason and Darian. They're going to be on the lower end today. We started just outside of North Salty here, and we're going to make our way down as well and cover as many teams in this 100 boat field as we can. Of course, all of our anglers fishing for $25,000 first place provided by the Alabama Bass Trail. And if you're lucky enough to run a Phoenix bass boat, you got a chance to win an additional $7 grand, so $32,000 potentially going to the winner today. Over a $100,000 payout. These guys had a really good practice. They were telling us this morning that we should probably check in with them at some point today. They were feeling really confident, so we're glad to be starting our year with this crew right here, LaVoyd Lemon and Michael Black. LaVoyd normally fishes with his son, Zach. Zach couldn't be here with him this year to fish the 100s. Our teams have dealt with some crazy conditions in practice. The wind has really hampered a lot of it. Cold water temperatures, they've had big winds, but today, even though we've got a front coming in, it's going to be freezing cold tomorrow. We missed it by a day. We've got rain, it's supposed to be in the mid-50s, and actually winds are forecast to be light and variable, and it is really, really slick out here right now other than the boat wakes from takeoff. So I really think with the low pressure, we're going to see a lot of fish get caught today, despite the cold water temperature. We're expecting big weights at the weigh-in. See both of these guys throwing a trap, throwing that vibrating jig, that chatterbait, and you can see that just pumping the rod to get it out of that grass. A lot of times this time of year the grass might not be as tall as it will be later, but you can see they're not exaggerated, just ripping it really hard because the water's so cold, but just barely pulling it once that bait makes contact with the grass. No bites so far. And we're not expecting it to be fast and furious for most of the teams. This time of year, you're looking for, 5, 6 to 8 bites if you're lucky. But with Guntersville, if you get that many, most of the time you're going to have a chance at a really good bag if you found an area that's got that many bass in it, willing to cooperate. Back in November, December, there were stringers close to 35 pounds getting weighed in over here at Guntersville, and the fishing's changed significantly since then, but we still expect a pretty big weight to take home the trophies today. I believe Jason Duran is ready to roll with our defending Snow Bowl champs, Jed Lamb and Andrew Loberg. Jason,
yes,
welcome
sir,
to the show.
we are. Here we go, man. We are back in action. It's been a little bit of a break, and we're back at it right now. We're so excited to be back out on Lake Guntersville. Right off here in the corner, we've got Loberg and Lamb. No strangers to the top of the leaderboard right here, so we are definitely going to get after it with them. Luke, I want to say it right now before the show really gets started. Miss Kay's been talking about records being broken all day. You know one record that's not going to be broken today?
What's that, buddy?
The temperature. This time last year, I think you might remember, it was like 12 degrees. So we're not going to break that record in the ABT today, but we're going to break some weight records, hopefully.
I'll tell you what, I don't remember that because my brain is still frozen, Jason, from that morning. calling boat numbers. I was not as enthusiastic last year in January at Logan Martin as Miss Kay was this morning. I was frozen.
For sure. Man, it's a beautiful day. Here we are. Loberg and Lamb sitting out here on the edge of, just right on the edge of the creek channel or river channel. You can see some grass floating, so definitely going to be in a grassy spot. Sitting in about 15 foot of water. I got the water temp at 42, so been fluctuating between that 40 and 45 range lately. Yep. Got one on. And just like that, we got one in the box. Or at least we got one in the boat.
Now, Jason, those guys told me this morning that yesterday they never even caught a bass.
Yep.
Bunch of liars.
They're liars. They just straight up liars.
Those two right there, they know their way around this pond.
Oh, wasn't long enough. Dang it. Dang it. I will say, I do get the first fish catch for the year though, so Darian, take that.
What's new? I think it was the same way last year.
Did catch it last year too, yep.
Yeah, you did, I remember.
In that 12-degree weather, yep.
Is Darian here though? I don't know
Always
that
gotta have
Darian's
that.
even, I didn't know he came back to work
No,
this year. I didn't think, he went to Shark
think-
Tank and got big time for us.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I think he's, you know, got in hair and makeup still right now.
Most likely. And Jason, I was just talking about before you joined in, the conditions the guys dealt with in practice. It was really windy. You know, we heard that at the pre-tournament meeting Thursday night, and then we heard a little bit of that this morning. I mean, it made it difficult for these guys in a lot of areas to even be able to test their favorite spots due to the conditions. But this morning, even with this big front that's coming, not a lot of wind. I'm surprised.
No, and that does get them back to, you know, yesterday guys couldn't really get on those spots, so hopefully those fish got a little bit of a break from just being pounded on.
That's right.
And maybe today that the fish are really going to bite you. And we always we'll talk about this probably all day long, but pre-frontal conditions, right before that front rolls through, is usually always a good bite time. So always, post-front's always so hard. We got a major cold front coming to Alabama tomorrow. Going to be 9 degrees where I live, just a little bit 40 miles from here, so it's going to be really cold this week, so these fish are going to feed up hopefully today. A lot of cloud cover though, a lot of fog really. I still got boats passing me, so a lot of guys going down today. We've been talking about that all week. A lot of guys headed towards the dam. A lot of things been going on down there lately. So I guess they're all going to go down there and try to see if it'll still make it happen.
Well, you know, obviously we only have 100 boats in the ABT100, so it's a little different than the 225s, but I'm in the stretch that we call typically the miracle mile, you know, and there's normally you can walk boat to boat to boat. It's kind of like the Decatur Flats, and I can only see, and this is looking at long ways, hooked up. Oh no, Lavoie just lost one. Oh no. Hooked up on a trap, lost it. Didn't look like the fish got it good. He just got into it.
Oh,
just
fish
a
on,
little
fish
bit
on,
and
fish
pulled
on.
off.
Gonna be a better fish here. A lot better fish here.
That ain't gonna do us no good.
214. That's one in the box though, that's what counts.
Jason, that's more than they caught yesterday, you know, from their pre-tournament report.
That's right, that's right. That is right. Yeah, you know, not supposed to catch them in practice apparently. That's why I'm out here today, because I can catch them in practice, so. Can't catch them on tournament day, but this is when it counts. Here comes that rain everybody's been talking about.
Jason, I'm just fired up to be getting to watch some textbook, old school Guntersville trapping going on.
Yeah. We'll see some of that today for sure, though, right?
Oh, for sure. There's so much talk about the forward-facing deal, and for good reason, right? It has been dominant this winter, and we know a lot of fish are going to get caught that way today. But I almost feel like that has helped. Alex Davis and I were actually talking about this earlier this week. I feel like it has helped take pressure off of these fish that normally this is just the typical go-to winter deal in Guntersville, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
There are other things that play, but man, you think about coming to places like Guntersville to throw a trap, you know, from January to March. And to look around up here and only see about 3 boats as far as I can see, I'd say the pressure's off these fish.
That really helps too, like you're saying, you know, just as those fish don't have anybody running those traps, and those noisy traps. A lot of times you hear, you know, guys have gone to the silent, go to the one knocker trying to change it up because they hear it so much.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they've got good scopers are all out here giving those pressure, no pressure on those fish. Here comes the rain. We were perfect timing. You just saw them a minute ago. Both of them were dancing on the front deck because they had to just swoop by a pretty big one and missed it. So they were both break dancing, it looked like, on the front deck. We are rain gearing up over here.
Guys, no pressure, but the folks at home want to see an 8-pounder.
We both done had a shot.
He's supposed to already had him?
Yeah.
I had one on.
He had one, but it was coming at him. It was coming at him like a rocket. He couldn't catch up to it. And mine just hit and was there and gone.
I saw you miss that one.
Yeah. He actually had one hooked up, but it was coming at us like a rocket.
Apparently not very well.
Is this the game plan for most of the days, just trapping in the grass?
Not this spot. I mean, we fixing to move here in just a minute, but yeah, we're gonna rattle trap, chatterbait, and we're fishing the big swim bait off deep too.
Okay.
We're just waiting for it to lighten up a little bit.
We're the 3 best friends that anyone could have. I'm back, Luke Duncan and Jason Duran. I'm back in the game, buddy. And I mean, I'm singing. What's that? That's on The Hangover. Was them the 3 best friends that anyone could have?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Luke, I'm caught up
finally
to
made it out of. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's rainy and cold. Me and Kenny sat in the truck. We went and stopped by Jack's. I got the big breakfast meal with the pancakes and the scrambled eggs. We just sat in the truck. We just now got up. I woke up about 6 and just slid out here late. So that's how we roll. But we've actually just caught up to the last ABT100 of last year champions.
Yep.
Mr. Walt Roberts, and I do know that we saw them with the net. We were still a little bit too far out to see if they put the fish in the boat. I think they did put the fish in the boat, but they have the net out, and they've also got the net in that stance where it looks like they're expecting to keep catching them. You know what I mean? That's always a look. You can tell if you hang the net like if you drape that net over the seat and it's really covering the seat up, you've got the net out, but you're not expecting to use it. But when you have the pole actually propped up on the seat, that's a stance that you know you're going to need the net. Big difference.
It's a sign that they've been catching them. That's what you're saying.
That's a sign you're on a little bag. And we're in an area, I would assume that they are probably doing some version of old school trapping, chatterbaiting, some sort. I don't feel like they're where we're at. I just don't feel like they're just straight scoping. I think Walt is a little bit too old school for that too. Yeah, he's slapping the water, getting this eelgrass, and I guess there's some hydrilla here too, huh? I see some floating. Or some other kind of grass. Hey Jason, while we're catching up to these guys, we were running down the lake and I heard you say that it looked like they might have had a big one on, Lohberg and lamb. Was it a big one?
Well, he lost one. They were dancing on the front deck. It went right by both of them. I mean, of course, they're out here scoping, so they see everything they're throwing at. And you know, he had one probably coming at the bait, and just the fish didn't take it for whatever reason.
Okay.
Both of them were dancing. Both of them were dancing like, oh no. We do have one in the box though, so go ahead and mark that down as we got the first fish catch of the year. We were talking about that before you really got out here. I know you were probably still asleep at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, fish on. Fish on. We pulled back to give them a little bit more room, so I know folks at home is going, well, why don't you pull up there and get closer? But we got one coming into the net here.
Morning. Did y'all put one in the box a second ago?
I had to make him, I told him he didn't need to say anything bad right now.
Did you just put one in the box a few minutes ago?
Excuse me?
Did you just put one in the live well?
Yeah, we got two.
Two? How big are they?
Not big enough.
Not big enough. Not big enough. We're gonna watch them for a little while though. That's a start. Jason, are they still fighting that fish?
Yeah, we're measuring it. We had one, first catch was short, so this one's going in the box. So this puts two in the box.
All right, two in the box, and
first one was a little over
39's got
two, so this one's probably got two. He's weighing it. That's the next one.
These guys have got the sneakiest rig, because this boat is wrapped on two different sides with two different things. And they do that, I think, strategically. So if you remember that they've got bait fuel on this side. So if you're running down the river and you see the bait fuel, you're like, oh, well, there's Walt. But if you're coming down the river, he'll spin the boat on you. I don't remember what's on the other side of that wrap, but then you won't even know who it is. So he's got kind of a built-in disguise. I watched them a second ago. They've got a bait fuel little tube, and they were just passing it just a few minutes ago. Walt carried a bait fuel tube back to his partner to get it rigged up and ready. I guess they're just loaded down. Well, let me see. iPad. Let's show these guys. Let's show the viewers at home what the iPad looks like, Kenny. It's got a little rain on it, but I think this is one of the coolest things we've got for everybody who's at home. I think we've got good numbers this morning, so thank y'all for watching. But the iPad's handy because we've got the whole river here, obviously really long, but pretty much we have, I think, like 40-something trackers out of 100, so we can basically see where everybody's at on the lake. And so if y'all are watching at home and you've got somebody who you'd like us to cover, comment them, whether you're on YouTube or on Facebook, comment their names down below, and we're gonna just see if we can zoom in and find them, and we'll try to go cover them for you. So we've got three, obviously me, Luke, and Jason, and me and Jason are pretty close. I can actually see Jason from where I'm at. Luke is still up the river, but yeah, y'all comment your people, and we'll see if we can go find them.
He's on a 1-3.
We're
He said 1-3 box.
What's the state or the law on the smallmouth of the dam? If they run all the way up to the dam and they catch a smallmouth, they can only bring one back, isn't? They can bring 5 back from the dam. I thought there was something about they had to go down below the bridge or something. Because we've got a team that is running all the way up. If they go up to the dam, to Nickajack Dam, and they catch them in the tail race, they can only bring 1 smallmouth back below the bridge or something. They got to catch the rest of them below the bridge. There's some kind of, Jason, do you know this?
You can't take, it's a length.
Okay.
Darian, what you're referring to is if they catch a smallmouth in the Tennessee waters, it is a little bit different length. It has to be 18 inches, and there's only 1 per person in the boat that they can bring back into Alabama waters.
Gotcha. Okay, I knew it was something like that. So I believe what guys will do is if they go up, they'll go up to the dam, and if they're, obviously, like you said, if they catch an 18-inch fish, I've heard that they'll kind of go through several fish to get the biggest one up there, and then go back down below the Tennessee line, which I believe is that bridge, and then fish around that area to try to catch more. A lot of those five smallmouth limits come right there around the bridge. But we do have a boat who's running all the way up to the dam, so it looks like we could have I imagine, maybe there's some largemouth up there biting, but I imagine we'll see some smallmouth. Yeah, I imagine we're going to see some pretty smallmouth today.
That's the 117 bridge.
Yeah, 117.
I don't know that rule though.
Luke and Darian.
Just like old times. Darian, I just got on Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd, and in my first segment there with Lemon and Walker, I talked about how few boats were up here, but I think you will find this interesting as well as a lot of folks at home. We've got the trackers, of course, and then I can see, just barely a few boats up here, but when I pulled the tracker up, Adamson and Lloyd are up here, and they're shoulder to shoulder, not too far away, at least, from one Alex Davis and then a Blake Hall. So two known Guntersville absolute fish catchers elected to start their ABT100 up this way too. So we might see some big ones get brought out of the grass today. What do you think?
That sounds like a fun time. I wonder if they're going to stay up there all day or if they're going to make a run down here at some point in the day.
Yeah, Lemon and Walker said that their plan was to trap and chatterbait a good bit, but he said, I'm throwing a big swim bait out deep, but I need the light to be a little brighter. So he said he was going to go do that. And you know, we heard from them coming out of practice that they were very confident that a 25 to 30 pound bag would hit their live wells today. So
wow.
We're definitely going to keep up with them today. Just now getting really in range where I can talk to these guys and see how it's been going, Darian. So sorry if I blow your ears out yelling. Won't be any different than normal with me.
Yeah.
We got 30 pounds yet, guys? On the way? One fish. How big? About a 4-pounder, all right. We got one, they said 3 3/4 to 4-pounder to start. But cold water temperature and not a lick of wind up here. I mean, calm, and I don't know if, how much that impacts that trap bite. Hooked up, and it looks like a good one. That rod bowed up. Got the net, here we go. Nope, might not make the team. Using a parabolic rod on that trap, and it just loaded up in that grass. I thought we were going to see a Guntersville giant. Putting on the Phoenix Boats measuring board. He's not going to make the team. They said they're not going to get to 30 pounds like that. So that one went back. Looked like he locked that thing up pretty good, though.
I thought it was good.
I did, too. Everybody on live's probably laughing at me because I was, like, begging.
He had a choke, so he had his mouth open.
Darian, what percentage of the field would you say are down that way?
It looks like a bunch. I mean, from the trackers. I will say there's actually a lot more boats up there around you than I figured there would be. Especially, you're saying there's some heavy hitters up there too.
Oh yeah, I'm a little surprised based on everything we've been hearing. I'm not surprised by Alex being up here. You and I both know that. He loves this area, this time of year, for sure. But yeah, there's a good number of boats up here.
I think Jason disconnected his coverage just so you could watch Lamb and Lowberg catch some big ones without any pressure.
I do take bribes, so if they would like that to happen, we could probably work something out. So, but no, not at this point. We're just kind of scoping around still a little bit. I think, like how this deal goes. School moving around a little bit here.
So, Jason, my question is, with the water temperature being a lot colder, the last time we were in the championship, guys were moving around so fast, trawlers on 100 all over the place. Are they moving that much, or are they slowed down with the water temperature being colder?
I mean, we haven't moved 100 yards.
It's coming.
Okay.
They're just facing a different direction at this point, so casting the other way, basically. So we were facing upriver, now we're facing downriver. We're casting more towards the channel, now we're kind of coming up on the flat a little bit. So it's just trying to find what these fish are doing. I mean, the sun comes up, those kind of things, it moves them around a little bit.
That's right.
And you
Guys,
just
we got
saw him,
number
he just
2 for
fires
Adamson
off,
and
so he
Lloyd
doesn't
here.
always make a cast just blind. He was watching the graph and saw one move, and then he just fires one off. So that's kind of the deal with this, is you don't just randomly fish. One guy's ready to fire away at some point. Head down, looking at the graph.
That's going to be number 2 for Adamson and Lloyd. Small keeper.
And just like that, another fish on the boat. Looks to be a little short, maybe. If he picks up that scale, that means it's going in the box. So this will be number 3 in the box. 743, and we got 3.
Guys, are we good right here, or do I need to kick that way?
We just fan cast. We'll probably be here all day.
Right here all day?
Right here.
Okay.
Got potential. Wait on the good one, I hope.
Does it being slick like this hurt that trap and chatterbait, you think, sometimes?
Yeah, little ripple would help for sure.
I know y'all had a lot of ripple in practice.
Yes, we did.
Yesterday wasn't too bad though when we found it, so maybe. But it was later in the day.
I know at the meeting Thursday, everybody was talking about it. It was a pretty wild ride.
Absolutely.
Adamson Lloyd, I'm gonna stick it out. Kind of one little stretch here all day. It says, well, he said it's got potential. A lot of potential. So waiting on the big one to bite. It's confidence right there.
Luke and Jason, I think we're going to make a little run. It looks like around waterfront area, we've got three teams that are kind of close together that are pretty good fish snatchers. So I think we're going to run up there real quick, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll be right here.
Darren, be safe. We'll see you soon. Jason, you know that was code for going to GTO to get a biscuit, right?
Yeah. For sure.
Waterfront to get fed again.
For sure.
No doubt. Is this mostly eelgrass right here?
Yeah, it's got some hydrilla as well. Short, but there's a little bit left. There's a little bit of milfoil too.
Crazy seeing all this eelgrass now, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
It's the tallest grass we've seen anywhere on the lake.
okay. Jason, I don't know if you can hear Adamson and Lloyd there, but they said this is and there are a lot of, you know, quality teams, I would say, that we expect to do well in this area. You know, handful anyways. And they're saying this is the tallest grass they found anywhere on the lake. So that would make sense, you know, in the early part of the year. That's key, is finding that grass that starts to come up a little bit after it dies off, trying to find some green grass. So this is a mix of eelgrass, hydrilla. But
that can be very productive.
Oh, no doubt about
And that way you find that is lots of time out here on the water, just scanning and scanning and
That's right.
getting up, making a couple casts and scan and scan and scan.
We're throwing you got a trap chatterbait combo pretty much from these two, and fan casting around. The two fish catches we've seen have been on a trap. Same as we saw with the Boyd and Walker. So these guys are set up, and if you've been here very many times, you hear people talk about bars. You know, in the Tennessee River we talk bars, which are, you know, when you come up out of a channel and you have where they flooded the original, you know, when the Tennessee River was originally flooded, it took over outside of the channel. You get these high spots, and a lot of folks refer to those as bars. So that's what they're focusing on, is just these high spots just right off the channel. Not too far from the river channel, kind of a back channel. But you've got ditches that meander through all this, high spots and different things. Seems to be what they're focusing on, where they find the thickest grass, tallest grass. A lot of these bars run parallel with deeper water, so the fish will slide up, feed on them, slide back out from the ditch. And these guys catch them up on top of them, and then on the side.
Dang, it's cold.
And the grass tends to grow up on those high spots more than it does off in the ditches, especially this time of year. In summertime, you'll start to get grass off in the ditch a little bit more. When they say they're fan casting, they are. I keep having to move the boat because I feel like I'm in the way. Every spot I've been, they'll turn and bomb one to me. But a lot of that, they're using a live scope in the grass. You can tell to kind of see if they're bait fish. You know, you can see a bass move around, especially when the grass is this short. So they're utilizing that up shallow too to decide where to cast.
Luke, since it's a little bit quiet, let's talk a little bit about Thanksgiving. And we've talked to a few guys here that were here even during that time, one of the teams being the one I'm on. Around Thanksgiving, this lake was on fire. Why? You got an idea why?
It was insane. Well, you know, I think those fish were just in a transition, and they just started really getting on bait balls, and a lot of that was suspended fish that were getting caught. I'm sure there were a few getting caught shallow, but all those 25-pound plus bags were pretty much live scope based suspended fish around bait, from what I understand from talking to a lot of teams that were fishing in that time frame. And those fish were suspended up shallow. You know, they start schooling that time of year, but it was after the first kind of couple cold snaps we had, and the water was in the low to mid 50s, and those fish were just biting. And then that bite, from talking to a ton of teams and a couple of the, you know, guides like Alex Davis that we have in this, that bite really started to change once it got colder. Those type fish started sliding a little deeper, it seems like, and that started changing pretty quick. And I think fishing pressure probably had a little bit to do with that. You know, you get on Facebook and you see everybody's catching 30 pounds, where are you going to go fishing? You're going to go to Guntersville. You're going to go try to do what everybody else is doing. So I think that could have changed the bite a little bit too. But it seems to be, with this colder water temperature, that deal has slowed down some.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that right before winter transition, you know, and the fish are just headed to the deep, and they're going to just gorge on their way to get there, you know, and those bait balls were just huge. And, you know, they were kind of stacked up in an area too. And, you know, just a lot of guys, you just saw Facebook posts, tournament results, you know, pictures. Everybody was here and just whacking on them for that just little time frame.
Yeah, the crazy thing was a lot of that went on in about a 3 to 4 mile stretch, pretty much. There were 2 or 3 areas within that were just loaded with them apparently, and it went down for a couple of weeks there, and as it got colder, it definitely started changing a little bit. But I fully expect that bite to happen for somebody today, just that scoping, shaking the minnow, shaking that freeloader, that mooch minnow. I was joking with Kyle Wood from Crush City yesterday, and I said, I'm headed to the Mooch Minnow Open.
For sure. You know, Darian's headed that way, you know, and I'd be interested to see how many guys are still down there and what are they able to catch. You know, with it just getting pounded, you would think that, you know, man, this is just, the bite's going to go away. And it really, you know, fish do react to pressure, but I think right now they're reacting to this temperature. You know, we had snow a week ago. Where I've been, it's been on the ground for a week. So we had some super cold temperatures that really dropped this water temperature and got it out of the 50s. We're down in the low 40s now. Going to be even lower come this week. You know, so really fish are kind of on that wintertime pattern at this point. You know, we don't have any sunlight today. If we had some sun today, that might change it up a little bit. Yesterday we were in the 50s. Today we're going to be, you know, we should be upper 40s, if not into the 50s. And then it's just going to plummet again. You know, so these fish, you want them to be stable, but with all the weather changing and all the changing that's going on, it's pushing them up, pulling them back, and I think the fish have probably just sat down and just said, what is going on? You know, so hopefully they're stacking up in some of those areas, but will they bite is the thing.
And that, you know, the interesting thing, talking to Alex Davis, coming out of practice, who has more experience on this lake than really anybody in the field other than maybe a Blake Hall, or, you know, he's out here every day. And he said it's amazing to him in the last couple of weeks how much they're actually moving. He said, man, they're moving more than I've ever seen them move this time of year. He said, when I find a school and I think, okay, they're finally where they're going to be for the winter, here we go. He says, you come back and check it the next day and they're gone. He said, it's been like that for the last couple of weeks for whatever reason. And again, like you're saying, is that fishing pressure? Is that the fact that there's just a ton of bait in the lake and they can just go, oh, well, just swim right over here and I can go to the buffet? I don't know what the case is, but this lake certainly, the number of shad that are in this thing that I saw this fall, coming over here a couple times with my buddy little Trey Swindle, it's insane. But a lot of that's going to change next week in that cold. We're going to see a big shad kill in the Tennessee River, which should make the spring weights just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Guntersville's always the lake, you know, we talk about it, you know, it's a destination lake that people all across the country, you know, have talked about year after year. I want to go to Guntersville, you know, and you ride by here on a Tuesday, random day, you know, the ramps are all full. And we joke and laugh, you know, that nobody works in Guntersville. You know, they're always here fishing, and the lake's always got that pressure. So you think year after year those fish are going to get used to it. But for a guide to say, you know, I can't locate those fish as easier. They're always moving, because the guide's going to know where they are. It just goes to show that the fish really are moving around a lot, you know, and that's interesting to these guys.
What? And I think, you know, too, with live scope being so predominant now, and we're all getting better and better with it, we realize that fish ultimately move more than we ever thought they did. That's just my theory with it too. I think that with 2D and then even, you know, side view, down view for years, we thought we had a pretty good handle on what was going on, but once we could actually see live what's happening in front of us under the water, you realize they never really sit still. You know, they got fins for a reason. They're on the move a lot.
Yeah. Speaking of on the move, we got a boat on the move right now. So these guys are going to crank up and leave.
Oh, we're hooked up.
And we're going to take a little commercial break right here. And you guys hang out, grab a coffee, grab a biscuit, Jax, and we're going to be right back. Oh, Luke's got one.
small one for Adamson Lloyd. I don't think that's gonna make the team. Guys, we'll see you back in just a few moments for more Alabama Bass Trail Live, ABT100, Lake Guntersville.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 series is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
It's a new year at Jack's, so how about a new deal? Right now, get 2 chicken bacon wraps and fries for only $6. We're talking juicy, hand-breaded chicken fingers with mouth-watering crispy bacon. And your choice of honey mustard, homemade ranch, or BLT-style wrapped goodness. Saving money's never been tastier. So kick off your year with some Day or night, we'll feed you right. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail 100. Stop number 1, Lake Guntersville, Scottsboro, Alabama. 100 boats took off this morning. They are chasing $100,000, $25,000 to the first place. It is a cool 48 degrees, but that is about 30 degrees warmer than it was last year when we took off at Logan Martin. There was a lot of dock talk. Some people saying it's going to take that mid-20, 25 range. But then there's those other guys that feel like it could break that record of 32.02 here at Lake Guntersville. We are excited to be back for the 2025 edition of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. These guys signed up in June of 2024, and I think this is when they had circled on their calendar. Lake Guntersville always pumps out big bags of fish, and we're excited to be here. Lake Guntersville stop number 1, then you move on down to Lake Eufaula for stop number 2 in June, and then we finish up back up on the Tennessee River at Wilson Lake, a lake that Alabama Bass Trail's never been to. So it's going to be an exciting time on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. This series sold out in just under 39 hours, and when you consider it took about 15 days in 2024, filled up in 39 hours this year. So it's exciting to be here. We've got Bassmaster Classic champion Justin Hamner out on the water. Former Bassmaster Elite Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. I know some of you have asked about him. He is way close to the dam. Not sure that we're going to have cell signal up there to be able to cover him today. If he comes back a little bit more into cell service, we will try to track him, but he is very close to the dam. So right now we're not able to get to him. We've got former Bassmaster Pro Russ Lane, Chris Rutland. Russ Lane got the band back together, fishing Alabama Bass Trail 100. Glad to have him there. You've got Alex Davis. We're going to try to get on Alex Davis and Derek Hicks in just a moment. Their boat number 81, Luke, was pulling up on them when we went to commercial break. So hopefully he'll be on them when we can get back out on the water with them. We do have a segment that the guys recorded early this morning. You probably got used to it last year. They're telling you what they think it's going to take out on the water, what they think we're going to see people throwing today. So we're going to go to that right now, and then we'll get you back out on the water to see if we can catch up with some anglers. Hold on just a minute, guys. We're going to get that up for you in just a minute. All right, here we go.
All right, we're back. We've got the band back together. 2025 ABT100s on Guntersville. A little brisk, a little rain. But one thing is for certain, they're definitely going to catch a lot of fish. They lied all week to Luke and Jason. I didn't get to talk to anyone about the weights, but now we're here in these 30s and 35s, which always comes out of nowhere. But our bait picks of the day. Mine is going to be, look, new year. I went with the janitor because there's a really good chance this year I'm going to be cleaning up some of Luke Duncan's mess. So I'm going to go with the janitor worm by Crush City.
That's a pretty good pick.
You like that?
I don't know what messes I'm going to be making, but these guys are fixing to make a mess of Lake Guntersville. Big stringers. It's been a crazy winter with lots of 25 to 30 pound bags. And I'm going to say the Crush City Mooch Minnow is going to see a lot of playing time today.
You stole my thunder because I was going to say I'm going to be cleaning up against these guys all day long. Got the cleanup crawl because Guntersville, you're thinking grass, shallow, and deep today.
Yeah.
Good
like
deal.
Casey Ashley said, you can catch them shallow, you
Shallow,
can catch them
deep. There we go. Here we are at Guntersville. Let's go get them.
Hicks and Alex Davis. Highly requested team from the live commenters hooked up Derek Hicks, bringing the thunder. They got 2 fish in the boat. Said they weren't the right size. That one's not going to make the team right there. Might be close. We're gonna get a measurement. Didn't make the team. Got some trapping going on. Alex, if you had to guess, how many bass have you caught on this lake?
Thousands.
Thousands with an S, I would say.
You're fine where you're at.
Okay, I was fixing to ask.
There's one clump right there. I think they're biting later in the day.
Just look around on that.
I believe Darian's joining us again. Darian, who have you caught up with?
I pulled up on old Gossett and King, and they said they've got 18 pounds right now. He said it was
nice.
Hot and heavy first thing as soon as they got here, and they're out on the river doing their scoping, and they said it was hot and heavy real early. They hadn't had a bite in a while, or they hadn't caught one in a while. They have had a few bites, just haven't hooked up. But he said we'll get into them again. I guess they're just chasing the school around. I didn't want to bother them too much because they're ultra dialed right now.
Well, I'm with Derek Hicks and Alex Davis. Alex says he thinks the bite's a little bit better later in the day from what he's seen.
Oh, Zeke's got one.
They've got 2 in the boat so far.
Little one. Luke, I heard you ask Alex Davis how many fish he's caught on this lake. My question is, how many years would I have to live to be able to catch the same amount of fish that Alex Davis has caught on this lake?
All right, I will pass that question on because I feel like his answer is going to be better. I feel like, hey, Alex, we have a question coming in from Darian. He says, how long do you think he would have to fish to be able to catch as many bass as you have on Guntersville if he fished the rest of his life, knowing his skill set?
You don't have enough years left in
He said you don't have enough years left in you. Thank you for that. We all appreciate that answer. That's what we were all thinking. Let's be honest. He said he's just glad you're not up here making YouTube videos anymore, is what he told me.
Yeah, that's like Shrek said, you and what army?
Oh. Yeah, exactly. It's going to take several of us to catch up with Alex. Derek's making me nervous with this trap. I keep thinking he's hooked up, ripping it out of the grass. It looks like that rod loads up. I get nervous.
Finally looked out on weather.
Yeah, I know.
We should delay it to next week.
Yeah.
We do snowball part 2.
Yep. Hooked up. Hooked up, hooked up. Let's see. We got King in the front. Zeke has got the net. That's the 3rd fish they've caught since we've been here. And it's another little one. Hey, Zeke did weigh that last one. Did he put it in the box? Did you see? He weighed that last one. Yeah. I didn't see that. I saw he weighed it. Oh, he threw it back. Okay. Jason. Jason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. Justin Bussey and Ben Webb.
We missed you.
Hammers. When I pulled up on them, they were both sitting on the deck. I don't know if they were culling fish or what. Haven't talked to them yet. They are scoping in the middle of the lake.
Jason, not to cut you off, but we're on Gossett and King still, and they're culling, but it looks like I can't tell the size, but it looks a pretty small one, which means if they got 18 pounds, I'm imagining they've got a couple big ones. Well, that was probably 2 pounds, right? 2 pounds. So if they just culled it with it, I mean, the one they just put in the box wasn't much bigger than that. So they must have a couple of big ones to get to 18 if they've got 2 pounders.
Based on what he's doing, probably got a 60%.
Yeah. We'll ask him here in a minute, but.
All right.
Good morning,
Davis and Hicks
guys.
are on the move. We're gonna move too, guys.
I mean, here we are, 2024 Anglers of the Year, overall Anglers of the Year. Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Guys, it seemed like we just did this not too long ago. We just sat on, y'all were just whacking on them all day. That was a good day as well. How's it going today? Small limit as in 20 pounds? Not yet. Not yet. Sitting on a small limit. They were culling, I think, when I came up to them, and you know, they had a really good finish here. 8th place, 2024. That gave them, probably pushed them over the mark and gave them Angler of the Year overall, not just for the North, but they beat the team in the South. So that gives them the overall Angler of the Year. This is their, if I'm not mistaken, their first year to fish the 100s. So they got a free ride to fish the series, and now they just took some of that money, I guess, and jumped into the 100s with them. So they're excited. We talked to them earlier in the week and gave a kind of a fishing report of what was going on. They expect this weight to be pretty high today. They said, you know, could bump 30, but you know, for sure somebody could catch over 30. But a lot of those pounds, a lot of those bags sit in that 25 plus range. So it'll be interesting today to see how it all plays out. But these guys are definitely one of those teams that you want to have your eyes on. They really put on a good show for us at the end of last year. So we had to come see them today because, I mean, they're the best of the best last year. Above all the teams that fished the North and the South, they were the best of the best. So it's kind of hard not to come out here and see them in the 100s. And the area they were fishing was not far from here. Both guys have got their heads down, really paying attention to that live scope. See both of them kind of take that look, trying to locate those fish. That school together, as Luke and I were talking earlier, that school moves around a lot from yesterday to today and even during the day to day. So locating that school is important, but then being able to get that school fired up, making it want to bite. Hoping that they didn't feed all night and they're already full for the day. So it'll be interesting to see if if they can get one for us here. They're really working that bait, really taking their time. If you could see the screen, they probably fish all around it and they're just shaking right on top of them. Darren, I keep hearing gunshots. Is that you?
It is me. I'm actually shooting at Tennessee fans. Anybody that's a Tennessee fan, I'm shooting at them as soon as they get near the boat. And Ole Miss basketball fans for beating us on Thursday night.
Yeah, we did have a shotgun start this morning, and about daylight, all the duck hunters crank up and started firing off. So
we
kind of don't want to pull up to.
Yeah, we put in at Seabold, and there was like probably 12 or 14 duck boat trailers there.
Yeah, if you slip the tracker in a duck boat, and I'm about to pull up to them here and get shot, so please tell me you didn't do that. But I mean, we've passed a couple duck blinds on the way here, so we're you know, they're shooting up hopefully and not shooting down. So, but yeah, it was definitely a shotgun start. You hear them firing off, and here all the boats come.
Yep. I wonder if Jed Lamb wishes he was in a duck boat or if he's glad he's in a bass boat. That's the question I've got for the day.
Yeah. He said they had a really good. I asked him at.
Oh, did you?
This morning before we took off, he said that they've had a fantastic year duck hunting. So I know it's probably hard for him to leave it to come fishing today, but
yep.
That's just part of it.
Jason,
Those
I just
duck
got
hunters, man,
I just got our group text from Kay that says we have 473 on YouTube and 247 on Facebook, which is crazy numbers. If y'all are watching back home, thank you for spending your morning with us. We've got a lot of fish catching going on so far. And the thing that means a lot to us is when we see the comments. We get a lot of text throughout the day of comments, whether it's fish questions, water temperature questions, bait questions. If y'all comment those below, Kay and Miss Angela, several other people will text us those questions to be able to ask the angler. So if you've got any fish questions, make sure you comment them below. And as well, I mentioned this earlier, but we have an iPad that's got 40 of the 100 trackers on it. And so if you have an angler that you'd like us to go watch, whether it's your buddy, your husband, your dad, whoever it is, comment those names below, and we will pull the trackers up and see if we can go locate those people for you so you can watch your person fish for a little while. Obviously, there's only 3 of us, and there's 100 anglers, so we can't get to everybody, but just wanted to say from all of us, thank you for spending your morning with us.
Well, Darren, I think that 400 of them there to see you, 70 of them are here to hear Luke talk, and 3 of them are just, you know, well, they're here to see me, those 3. So.
Luke,
Jason
said I had 400.
You know? Oh, I heard it.
I mean, I got a big following.
He only gave me 70.
Got my 3 followers.
He only gave me 70.
Well, I mean,
he gave himself 3.
I gave you 70. Yeah, yeah, I gave you 70. So.
I hope there's 70 little likers watching.
Let's get them all to click the like button real quick. If you're sitting there watching, don't forget, go ahead and click that like button, and we will continue to bring you some of this good action here. We got something coming in. I don't know if it's it's a fish. How about that? I'm gonna guess that's gonna go over the rail. Yep.
I just got a text.
That's a sign that they're all bigger than that.
Our good buddy Elite Series Pro Justin Atkins just texted and said, "Man, y'all caught a break with this weather." And he's right. We did. We ABT historically we get hammered with the worst weather. We were 24 hours away from this not being a lot of fun.
Atkins put on a show for us at the end of the year in the 100s too. He definitely had some good times with him on Wheeler.
No doubt about it.
Hey, Luke and Jason, I'm gonna let y'all have it for just a second. I'm gonna make a little run. There's a couple guys real close to us that I want to go see if we can catch up with them.
Tell your 400 followers to stay with us.
Yeah. Hey, all my 400 followers here, Y'all stay tuned. I'll be right back. Y'all don't miss me for too long.
Sweet T-Boy will return. Fear not. Jason, talking to Alex Davis while we were in a break back there when they were moving, and we got off live there for a second to make a move with them. He was saying he's pretty much, him and Derek, they're going to be glued to this shallow deal most of the day. They expect the bite to get better later in the day. And I'm glad
Does
to see
that bite need a little bit of
classic
sunshine?
Guntersville. I think that's definitely the case. I think it pulls those fish closer to the isolated clumps of grass that are out here.
And if this fog burns off, I would say we might have some sunshine. I don't know how cloudy it's going to be today, but it's bright at this point.
Well, the hourly shows really before we get off live some sunshine on my weather app on my phone anyway, so we'll see. Normally, though, with this kind of front coming, that sunshine might mean it gets a little colder. We might see a little north wind this afternoon for that weigh-in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because trouble is coming. Polar vortex, indeed, is on the way.
Well, we were headed down the lake this morning. We're standing at the takeoff. I didn't feel like it was going to be that cold. I didn't put on any gloves, and just kind of took my hat off and took off. And then I didn't know how far we were going to run. I didn't expect to run as far as we were. And, it started rolling, and I was like, oh, man, that's kind of getting chilly. I was like, I probably should have put my heated vest on. Thankfully, I put my hand warmers in my pocket. And then I looked down and looked at camera guy, and I was like, oh, we didn't turn the heated seats on. So, yes, we got the heated seats on now, and we were back to warm. So it was a moment of like, what in the world did I not do here? Why am I so cold? So that was definitely, we'd hate to say it, but game changer. Good deal.
Oh, came off. Pulled off, looks like. Just ripping that trap out of the grass, fish loaded up on it, and he got a few cranks, and then it was gone. Which is the worst thing about fishing a lipless. That tends to happen. Yep. You can have the right rod, the right line, the right everything, and yeah, it's tricky sometimes, especially with this cold water temperature. They just don't get it as good as they should. Hit it out of reaction.
It's hard to get them to turn too. Just cranking on it.
Jason, I made the fatal comment this morning that I was hot. I got on too many clothes when we were up there at the dock. I just first got in the boat. I was fixing to have blast off, and I've decided now I don't know that I have on enough.
I don't. The same way. I'm the same way.
My adrenaline is worn off.
I had my heated vest in there, and I'm like, I just brought it. I was like, I won't need that. I'm like, well, good thing it's in there. I might need it later. Yeah. Here we are whining it.
I'm jealous of the heated seat.
Almost 40 degrees. It's not 12 degrees like it was last year, but we were just, first tournament of the year back out here is a little, forget everything.
Yeah, we're just getting back we're getting back in the groove here a little bit. And that 41 degree water hurts.
Yeah.
Makes it a little cold.
Yeah. Got another fish on the deck here. Gonna weigh this one just to see how it compares to the others. He said they had a small limit. Kind of joked and said, 20 pounds. And they didn't say anything. So I guess it's not 20 pounds. So,
Jason,
I haven't said anything to him since then. Hadn't said anything to him since.
So is relative.
Exactly. So.
Yeah. We had a half dozen teams around us for a while up here on this main river stretch, and they're starting to peel off one at a time. I can only see a couple now from where we're at. Everybody's starting to get settled in.
Yeah, a lot of guys moved around. Yeah, just bouncing around.
Where I'm at here, I've got Hicks and Davis that we're watching. We got Adamson and Lloyd right behind us, and they said we spent a little time with them earlier, and they said they were committed to this area all day too, so the potential is here to win. So I'd say when you look up and see someone like Alex Davis in the same general area, you probably feel pretty good about that too. If this is his choice to spend his ABT100 day, you know it's got some potential.
For sure.
Oh. Looks like we had a miss there with Alex Davis. He got pretty fired up right there. You could hear him. Rod loaded up and it was over as soon as it started. We've seen that a couple times. We saw that with Lavoyd Lemon earlier this morning. I mean, you just get into them and then it's just over. And I think that is just that reaction bite. Those fish are so tight to that grass, that trout comes right by them, they take a swipe at it, and you just barely get them.
This fog really seems to getting thicker all of a sudden.
Yeah, it is a little eerie. It's starting to creep in. I can still see a pretty good ways up here, but it is starting to get a little foggier for sure.
So if you're just tuning in, we are on the team of Justin Bussey and Ben Webb, 2024 AOI leaders. Got 5 fish in the box. They're calling it a small limit. Have caught 2 fish here recently, and both of those went back into the lake. So those looked to be a little under 2 pounds throwing back. So I would assume each fish they got over that is 2 pounds. So at least they got more than 10 pounds at this point, just by guessing. Live scoping out here on the main lake. They put on a clinic for us at the end of the season last year when they were here. In the regular series in the north. Finished 11th in that event. And that is your perfect picture of what live scope looks like. Head down, rod's just a twitching. Both guys working hard to.
These guys.
Going after that $25,000 today, first place.
We got Adamson and Lloyd off in the distance. Wanted to show you that, and then Hicks and Davis right here. We're kind of in between. We're going to try to keep up with both of them a little bit, best we can. Adamson and Lloyd had a couple fish when we were with them. Hicks and Davis have a couple. Adamson and Lloyd could win that $32,000 today, Jason, thanks to Phoenix Boats.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Heated seats and all the bonus money. Making it hard on the folks with graphics right now. I have no doubt. We got some double coverage here because we're right in between both of these teams. And yeah, I know. But it's interesting. Both fishing similar styles. I know we've been getting some questions this morning online about the styles that we're seeing this morning. Now, Jason, you're seeing some open water, suspended fish, live scoping action down there. It sounds like everybody that I'm on, and if you just heard that, somebody just killed a mallard right over my shoulder. I hope it was a mallard. And everybody I'm on so far is fishing, 2 to 4 feet of water for the most part, throwing a lipless crankbait, then a vibrating jig like a chatterbait, and most of the time you can see they're keeping that rod tip high so they can pull that bait out of the grass. As soon as those treble hooks get kind of hung up a little bit, you just rip it free, and that's where most of the bites come. Those fish react. Most of the time they don't even know why they're biting, I feel like. It's not an aggressive feeding bite when the water's this cold, but you're just trying to get that reaction. So that's what all these teams we've covered so far, the Void Lemon, that same type strategy on some of these main river bars. So you've got deep water close. Yeah. There's a lot of ditches that cut through these flats, and these bars are just high spots. And there's some mussel beds out here in places, little high spots, little hard spots. You got some stumps mixed in out here. Those bass will just slide up on those little areas, and that's where these guys are all trying to target them.
Yeah, and Luke, you talked about this morning the mooch mina coming into play, and that's the style of bait a lot of these guys are throwing out here using live scope. Just something that swims, kind of has maybe a little bit less action, and just kind of giving the action with the rod tip. So that mooch mina from Rapala is probably going to be a bait that's playing right now. So it's interesting that you probably predicted and called it pretty good. So for all these live scopers out here, it's always going to be something small, something that can kind of swim. So for that question at home, that's what we're seeing out here is just small, soft plastic baits. Damiki style rig maybe, something like that.
Yep. On the deep fish and then the shallow fish, you're going to be primarily trap, vibrate jig, and I'm sure somebody like a Kelly J is probably slinging a jerk bait at him, I would say, this morning somewhere. You'll see a jerk bait sometime as well.
Sign me up for that one. When we get the jerk bait out, I'm ready. Let's come slamming it. Darren, you back with us? He is on the move still. I want to kind of get over to another team here in a minute, so go ahead. Well, let's take another little break here. Don't go far. Hang out. We're going to be right back. We're going to get some new power, move around a couple more teams. We are the Alabama Bass Trail 100 from Lake Guntersville, bringing you all the action. So beautiful grown shots today. Don't go far. Come right back. We're going to take a quick break. Thank all our sponsors for being here with us. We'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is sponsored by Rapala, BMC, Crush City, and TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
It's a new year at Jack's, so how about a new deal? Get 2 chicken bacon wraps and fries for only $6. Get them with honey mustard, ranch, or BLT style. Saving money's never been tastier. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. I think you're going to get to see a drone shot of this morning's blast off. It was a little hazy this morning. We had rain overnight. Conditions coming into this tournament Thursday, we had wind 20 to 25 miles per hour, pretty much sustained throughout the day. Sunshine was on for the good part of the day. We had live sunshine with 20 to 25 mile an hour winds. Yesterday, no wind and bright sunshine. And then, of course, on tournament day, we had just a little bit of a change. Rain overnight. We're at 43 degrees this morning with haze and fog over the lake. You know, the last time we were there, last time we were on the lake at Lake, you heard people say fish don't bite in the fog. Well, we've got a team, Ethan King and Zeke Gossett have 18 pounds in the boat right now. We're seeing guys catch fish. They're just not catching that 5-pound fish that they're hoping to get at Lake Guntersville. We are at Goose Pond in Scottsboro, Alabama. Only the 4th time that the Alabama Bass Trail has been to Scottsboro. But thanks to everyone here, everyone at Goose Pond. They've been so welcoming. The City of Scottsboro, the Mountain Lake Chamber of Commerce for being our host this week. What a phenomenal place. The boat ramp, they've done so many improvements here to make this a premier fishing tournament destination. And of course, it's on the famous, the crowning jewel of the state of Alabama, Lake Guntersville. So we're glad to be here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Y'all are showing out on live. We've had over 500 people on YouTube. We've got well over 230 on Facebook. So thank you for tuning in. Continue to post your questions. I keep seeing Canterbury. We want to see Canterbury too. We do have a tracker on him. Currently, based on our GPS, we can see that he's close to the dam. That hurts us on cell phone signal of being able to go up there and see him on live. We may be able to get some TV coverage of him, but right now, live coverage may not be able to be attained just simply because he is close to the dam. So we're going to go ahead and get out to Darian. He's on a new team. Let's see if they've got any fish in the boat. Darian?
Yep, I'm on boat number 5, Lynn Johnson and Andrew Johnson, and I just caught one, and they said they've got, he said 4 or 5, and I think they're catching a bunch of fish, so they're not really paying attention, but I hope they are paying attention, because we don't want that 5, and I think they got 4, and then now they got 6, so we don't want that to happen, so hopefully they'll look down, but they just said they're not the right size, but they're both scoping, throwing little baits. Earlier, we were on a couple boats that were throwing much bigger baits, and these guys are throwing much smaller baits. So, funny thing is, they're both catching fish. When we watched them, both of them are catching fish. So it's funny, you get real caught up in that, and maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. Some people swear by it, but these two guys that we just saw are within 100, 200 yards of each other and throwing totally different size baits, but basically doing the same thing. And for the people watching, I'm sure a lot of people understand this by now, but what y'all are watching us do, I know Jason's been covering some guys that are doing it all morning, live scoping, both guys on the front deck, they're staring at their screens, and their sonar is actually pointed out in front of the boat, and it's basically a live feed of what the fish are doing and what their baits are doing. So they're able to watch their bait all the way back. And when they're casting, they're literally casting at fish. They're not randomly casting and working their bait back. They're casting at fish every single cast pretty much, and trying to get them to react and then obviously go bite the bait. So it's a really cool thing. It's changed the game of fishing big time, because you don't see as many people dragging baits and fishing really slow anymore. They're doing this a lot, but this is how fishing's just changed a lot. And so a lot of the big bags that we're seeing nowadays, especially here on Guntersville, are coming from this pattern. And there's a bunch of different ways to do it. We've seen, over last year, a lot of people, just depending on where the fish are sitting in the water column, obviously not this time of year, but top water baits are a big deal for live scope. Jerk baits are a big deal. These little bitty minnow baits that these guys are throwing. And then like we saw earlier, much, much bigger baits. And so there's a bunch of different ways you can fish, but essentially you want something that looks like a minnow of some sort. And oh, we got one hooked up on the front. I'll shut up for a second. It's taking a little drag too. A little drag, just a tiny bit of drag is what it's taking. Honestly, it's stressing me out that they didn't know if they had 4 or 5 in the box. He threw that one back. Okay. There we go.
It's 2. Both were seeing catches.
Thomason and Hatcher guys got 1 in the box. How'd practice go for you guys? Man, hand surgery. Wow, that is tough. You guys' hands hurting okay today? I will be feeling a lot better, right? This lake's been showing out lately. Yeah. Tell us kind of what the game plan is right here. Everybody's saying they're moving around a lot. Makes it harder on us to have to work hard to find them, right?
Don't feel left out in that.
So these guys said they got one in the box. It's been a struggle for them. That really didn't have time to practice. They're gonna make a run, it said.
Going to a different part of the lake. This ain't
Yes, sir. Well, have a good day. Be safe. Thanks for your time this morning. They said that they had one in the box. And
we did lose the trolling motor handle and didn't fall in the lake though. So.
Oh, that's a good day. Wow, broke a trolling motor handle and having hand surgery. Both of them had hand surgery this week. One had a fish spine and the other one had fish cancer. Or fish cancer, had skin cancer, that is, coming off their hand. And so out here fishing today, you got to really love it. And broke a trolling motor handle and had to wrap that around his hand to pull it up. So that's a tough day. But one in the box going looking for more. So we're going to do the same. Make a move back up towards the lake.
Fish on. Looks heavy. I don't know if it's going to be heavy, but it looks heavy. He's not getting the net, so. Oh. These guys are consistently catching fish. They're just not getting any bigger.
We're gonna have to go in a minute, but y'all get enough shots.
Yeah, we got plenty of fish catches now. How much weight you think y'all got?
Ain't got much. 15, 16.
Yeah.
We need to find. They ain't running as much current. Fish ain't moving around aggressive good yet. And it could be the cloud cover.
Yeah. Are y'all going to commit just to scoping pretty much all day?
Most of the day.
Yeah. What's your guess for what you think it'll take to win?
28.
28. Is that because y'all caught 28 yesterday?
That's our goal anyhow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fish here, but I don't know. Size just ain't right.
Kenny, I say we have some fun with this live real quick. I didn't ask Miss K's permission on this now. I could get fired. There's a good chance I would get fired for this. But we got so many people on Facebook and YouTube. Let's do a comment game. All right. Comment below what you think it'll take to win. We'll see whoever gets the closest, but you also have to share this video. So you're on Facebook, make sure you share the video. Comment below how much weight you think it'll take to win. And if there's multiple people, we're gonna have to pick one. We're not doing this for everybody. Miss K, I love you, but let's give away one of these ABT hats. We got brand new ABT hats this year. Let's do a giveaway. If you share the video and you comment, let's do a giveaway. I don't know. But she said I'm not fired, so we're good right now. Comment below what you think it's going to take to win. We hear 28, we hear 30. Maybe some people this week were saying 22 would win. We're going to give a hat away, an ABT hat, without Miss K's permission. Yeah, I just made that up just now.
Good plan.
There we go, good plan. Miss K, I can see her shaking her head in the studio right now with me. Oh, she just said, I've got to buy the hat first, is what she said.
Do you get a discount?
Yeah, give me at least a discount, 10% off. Use code Luke Duncan at checkout. So we're giving away an ABT hat. You have to share the post. So if you're watching on YouTube, I don't know what you're gonna have to do on YouTube. Just comment, I guess, because you can't share it. If you're on Facebook, share the post, comment below. And Miss K will pick us a winner here later on. So I don't know if y'all could hear it earlier, but these guys said that they're not moving a lot of water, so the fish aren't being as aggressive as what they would like them to be. I guess they're probably seeing a lot more fish than we've seen them catch, which obviously that's usually what happens when you're scoping, but they're catching, I mean, those are all the fish they've thrown back were close to 3 pounds, 2.5. So if they've got 15, they're really not upgrading much. So if they're seeing a bunch of fish and they're not aggressive, I guess that's what's giving them the heads up or the tip that they need to make a run. That's what they were saying. If y'all got enough fish catches, we're gonna make a run soon.
If you look at that buoy right there, they're not pulling anything.
Yep.
But if you look at the app, it says 32,000.
All right, I clicked onto our Facebook and I'm looking at the weights. So I'm just going to start reading these. Someone says 24, 29, 27, 26, 32. Caleb Thornberry says 36 and a half. Caleb Thornberry, if you were right, that is going to be a monstrous weigh-ins. That's going to be very interesting. 26.88. We got a bunch of 30s. 24 to 30 is what everybody's saying, basically. Carl Hunt says 29.42, and I'm gonna say that's probably what I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in what Carl Hunt says, 29.42, which I don't.
Darren, did I hear you giving away a hat while I was running a minute ago?
All right, Luke and Jason.
Darren, did I hear you
we're
giving
on
away
the 3
a hat
locks
while I
now.
was running a minute
My
ago?
question, I don't think we formally had the conversation for us to guess the weights, the winning weights. So earlier, we did this new thing I just came up with, which was a hat giveaway. Nicholas Gaylor says, and a gallon of sweet tea. Well, we're getting everyone on Facebook and YouTube to comment what they think it's going to take to win.
I like it. Did Miss K authorize this?
Yeah,
I hope not.
yeah, we're doing a hat giveaway.
Is the hat autographed by you? Is that why you're giving it away?
I mean, we can get. Yeah, I don't lie. I did sign it earlier. That's the one we're giving away. No. So,
Okay,
but here's the thing. The thing that stresses me out is usually when I say stuff like that, Kay will chime in our ears and give us some sort of feedback. But this time she didn't, which stresses me out that there was silence there. But Luke and Jason, what are y'all's predictions on the winning weight? There was a comment earlier that said 29.84, and that's what I'm going to go with that.
I think it'll break 30.
You think it's going to go over 30, okay? How far past 30?
1 ounce. How about that?
30 pounds in 1 ounce.
Luke's probably going to go like 22. Luke's frozen apparently is what I've heard. It is. He may have fallen in. Hate that for him if he did.
Yeah, I hate that for him too.
Well, while we get Luke straightened out and get him back in the boat, maybe Darian's got to get batteries. So here we are, Nolan Spencer. Just pulled up on them. They were on a spot down the lake just a second ago, and they took off, and we followed here to here. So they are working a river ledge here like most of the other field that I've seen. We're between takeoff and where we were earlier, so we did kind of come back towards Goose Pond a little bit. Haven't had a chance to talk to him yet and see what he's got. With these guys live scoping, it's kind of hard to get up close to them a lot of times because the school will move, and the next thing you know, they're casting straight at you. So try to give them a little bit of distance, so it means we don't get to talk to them as much as we like to. Luke, you okay? I heard in my ear that you were frozen. Did you fall in, or what happened?
No, I did not fall. I did not fall in. I've been known to do that every now and then, but I have not done that. I have not done that today.
Nervous.
I'm with Brent Crow and Joe Lucarelli, and they're kind enough to let me get close and watch some bass catch and go down. They've got a limit in the boat, working on trying to get Brent says they're somewhere between 12 pounds and 30 right now, and you got to guess what that is. So, folks at home, y'all can guess. So they've been catching some fish this morning. So, and listen, when I saw Joe Lucarelli's name on the list, I thought I was at Lake Champlain for a little bit. I didn't know what was going on.
Yes.
So we got a Champlain guru and a Guntersville guru in the same boat. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm excited to see it. I noticed that, Joe.
Mason-Dixon line isn't a thing.
He said the Mason-Dixon line is real. It even exists in the Phoenix, in Brent's Phoenix. He won't let him on the front deck. That's crazy. Well, it is the Alabama Bass Trail, so I think Brent was the first one to ever sign up. So he gets to call the shot. Now, if the Alabama Bass Trail ever takes a trip to Champlain, I bet he surrenders.
You gotta earn your way up on the front deck.
He said you got to earn it. I'd say a 7-pounder would do that, right? He catches a 7. Brent, we had a question earlier on the Facebook comments that, do you think the bite will pick up once the fog kind of burns off? Because we've seen this fog come in, but we're getting a lot of questions about that.
I don't know. I mean, this is pretty typical at Guntersville. There's a lot of days, even in the summer, where it stays foggy till 10, 11 o'clock. I don't really think it hurts the bite at all. I mean, I think, like I said, it's pretty common.
Okay. I know how well you guys can hear him, but he said, typically on Guntersville, and it is kind of, you're surrounded by mountains over here in this valley where the lake sits, and he is right. A lot of days you have haze or fog, even in the summertime, it'll hang around at 10, 11 o'clock. It is kind of an odd scenario you see over here. Brent says he doesn't think that it affects the bite too much over here, that the fish are used to it. And they got off to a quick start. He said, quick limit, caught a good number of fish this morning, so before we pulled up.
Guys, what kind of weight we got? What kind of weight? How many you got? 18? Okay. That's good though. It's a good on the way to a good start for sure. So Nolan says they've got about 18. Got 1 6-pounder. Caught a bunch of fish. So that's a good sign. I got a 6-pounder. I mean, that is what you need in your bag. If you had 5 of those, it'd be over probably. Get to that 30-pound mark that I'm looking for. So caught a bunch of fish. They were on a spot just down the way from here, and I kind of watched them on the tracker. They sat there for a good while. Being boat 94, they probably had to decide where they were going to go and go there quick if nobody was on it. So now they're able to move around a little bit. The guys have kind of settled down and find a spot nobody's on, pull up on it, and that's kind of what they did here. They're kind of looking over the shoulder the whole time we were traveling with them and thinking that we were pulling up on the spot with them, but no, we're just camera guys, just come do a little TV with you.
It's amazing the dirty looks we get, Jason.
Gosh, I mean, both of them were like, what are y'all doing? I was like, okay, we'll just go back. We're going back to the truck.
Yeah, tensions run a little high out here sometimes. A lot of money on the line.
You know, it's Guntersville, you know. Just expect, you know, just take a crankbait in the mouth when you get too close.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of close combat this morning. There's been some heavy hitters that have been pretty close to each other so far. It's been friendly though. It's been friendly.
Yeah.
Not seen any, not heard any yelling matches just yet.
No. Not the anglers yelling at
Everybody's
each other.
too bundled up.
We've been yelling at each other some, but.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Darren, where you at, buddy? Here we go again. He's not here. You know. He's giving away hats, and Luke, I don't know if you heard that. He was giving away a hat, and he wanted your weight prediction. So we've all kind of predicted weights.
What's that?
Got a fish on.
Well, I think it's, you know, we think it's a little different than what everybody expected, you know. Overall, water temperature's cold, and it's, I didn't expect to see you guys doing this. I'm proud to get to see, and you know, I'm a live scope fan, but I'm proud to get to see a little lipless yanking going on. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like these fish don't get fished for anymore. Is that the case? That's crazy. Brent says he's got pretty much, he can fish wherever he wants to on his lipless spots. That's, Jason, kind of what we talked about.
I'd have been live scoping, but after the water, I mean, it's different. I'm sure they'll catch them, but
Okay.
I didn't have time to get out and try to find them.
Okay. Brent said a week ago he probably would have been live scoping, but then with the cold and everything, he decided just to do this.
They don't seem to be biting like they were yesterday afternoon.
Think that sun helped it yesterday?
Yeah, 2 o'clock yesterday, I caught 6 in like 30 minutes in this big area and left. And I mean, everywhere I stopped, they was biting. I catch one. Today we caught 6 in 2 hours.
Wow.
But
I don't know if you guys can hear that. I said yesterday afternoon he caught them really good, and he's caught 6 in 2 hours today.
Tide's gonna change at like 12:15, so we're planning on that bite.
Joe thinks he woke up on the Potomac. Now, where Brent fishes down there on Pickwick, sometimes it is like tidal water, depending on which gate they turn on, which generator.
I wish we had the grass down there still.
No doubt about it. Welcome back, Darian. Sounds like you finally woke up from your nap. It's good to hear, buddy. Hope you're well rested now.
You hear that biscuit rattling? He's wadding that biscuit wrapper up. I heard it.
Yeah, a lot of times in these deals, I'll tell y'all I'm going to find another boat. I'll just kick back, take a little rest break, have a little 15, 20 minute little quick cat nap, and jump right back in the saddle. I've caught up with boat number 51, Ken Walters and Dallas Weldon. Jason said he doesn't know. That's funny, I know. That was good.
The folks at home can't hear that you're being asked what boat number you're covering, and Jason just answered.
Good times, guys. We're glad we're out here.
No doubt about it.
Glad to be back.
And getting to cover some absolute hammers right now. All three of us. You've got some former ABT100 champs right there with you, Darian.
Yep. They're fishing a spot that's kind of cool for scoping, because the guy in the front of the boat's able to do some scoping, and the one in the back's able to drag something behind, just not scoping, but just like actually dragging. If I was fishing with a scoper and I was in the back of the boat, that's the setup I'd want to do, is just dragging something behind, trying to pick up. You know, a lot of the times we see it, or both of them sit on the front deck watching each other, scoping, but I'd probably want to just be dragging something slow, maybe an old, oh man, shut up, small. We've seen y'all out here for a while. Y'all got them?
We got limits. That's 14 and a half.
Yeah, 14 and a half. They've been out here for a long time, so have y'all been catching fish all day pretty much?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I'm scoping, he's hoping. He's got the biggest one so far, so I really do.
He said, I'm scoping, he's hoping. Oh, dude? Okay, he said the guy in the back caught the biggest one so far. See, that would have been me. Luke would be in the front catching the small ones, and I'd be in the back just dragging worms, just catching all them daggum big ones. So that's all I would do. Is when I swing, buddy, it'd be a 5-pounder every time. Luke probably wouldn't even catch nothing in the front.
I love in your dream scenario that you think I would actually let you in my boat.
Well, to be honest, I still am a little bit sour from last year. You were talking about all these people that taught you all these things over the years, and you had a list of people, 4 or 5 people that was just teaching you all this stuff. And you left me off the list, which frustrated me a little. I still remember that day when you didn't add my name on that list. Because Luke, this is actually the same spot that me and you filmed a video on one time. Well, we'll get to that in a second, but we're sitting right on the spot where me and you filmed a video once upon a time where I jumped in the lake.
Okay, I know right where that's at then. That video made it around the fishing world and back a couple times.
Yep, it still goes viral to this day.
It was worth it, I would say. And you definitely can do a little bit of dragging right there.
Yep.
Where you're talking about there. That's a pretty good setup. We're with Brent and Joe, and man, you know, we've seen some teams trapping this morning and throwing the chatterbait, and they kind of fish up, you know, really like an isolated, call it 50-yard stretch. They're not fishing big stretches. And man, Brent and Joe, I'm standing on my trolling motor more than I'm not to keep up with them. They're just burning, covering a ton of water trying to get a bite. He said yesterday afternoon that it was just lights out, starting about 2 o'clock. They just hooked up a ton. And then this morning, he really thinks that sun really helped him yesterday, but Probably not going to be much of that today. Maybe a little after lunch.
Sheesh, that's wild. Luke, I just read a text from Miss Kay that says that Ken and Dallas won over $61,000 in the first 4 ABT100 tournaments.
Incredible.
That's a pile. I could live till 300 years old and never win that much money in fishing tournaments. Honestly, I wouldn't even get to the 1,000 part. Honestly, if I was 300 years old, I'd win $1,000 in fishing tournaments.
Yeah, those boys, they know what they're doing. No doubt about that.
Luke, I think you were frozen earlier when we made our guesses on the win and weight, but what, just as a confirmation, what was your win and weight prediction for today?
I've got to say 30. I'm not going to go above it because I've heard too many guys saying 28, 29. But man, I just think on this lake, 30 is just always possible. I mean, obviously I would love for us to break the weight record. I think that would be amazing. And I think anytime you have a tournament on this body of water in the pre-spawn, in a winter in the pre-spawn, you have a chance for that. But just with all the pre-tournament talk, I'm going to say right at 30.
You know, Jason said 30 pounds and 1 ounce.
Well, he prices righted me.
Yeah, he did.
Hope so too.
What did
Need a
you
little
say,
sunshine.
Darian? I didn't hear that.
I said 29. Well, one of the Facebook comments said 29.84, so I don't know what that converts to in ounces, but 29.15, I reckon.
29.84. 29.84.
29.84. 29.84.
What's the thing here? You know, we don't weigh in ounces on that ABT stage. It makes it hard for calling weights because you're used to saying, when I'm up there getting excited to weigh in, you say 21 pounds, 86.
Yeah.
21 pounds, point. It makes it's hard to get your delivery down on that last year. That was the trickiest part of the deal for me on the weigh-in stage. You get all fired up when you see the first number, and I'm like, how do you deliver the second two?
Yeah. Luke, I'll tell you one thing I'm anxious to see about today, and honestly, we've already seen it a little bit, but I'm just anxious to hear how people, like, what their opinions are that are actually fishing. But you've got all these guys that there's so much pressure on live scope, and everyone knows that that's how the big bags are being caught. And there's just this persona that if you're not scoping, you're hoping, and if you're not scoping, you're going to get beat. But then there's another person. There's another point of view of, well, I'm going to let all those guys go scope. I'm going to go do my thing in the grass and see if I can catch them that way because it's going to be untouched. I'm curious to see, like, we started on Walt Roberts this morning. He was old school trapping. You've been with several guys that are trapping in chatterbaits. I'm curious to see if that's their point of view on it, where it's like, those guys can have it. I'm going to go do my own thing.
Brent
You know,
Crow's
or if they
hooked up
tried
right
it out
now,
here and they just
Darian.
didn't see what they liked. I'll shut up then.
Brent Crow's hooked up. No, you're good. He's taking his time with it, but I will add real quick. Brent said he can get on any trapping spot he wants to.
So that kind of
that should tell you. Yeah, no doubt. He told us that when we pulled up. He said, man, I can get on. Just boat flipped it. Little chunky. Joe said that's the only time he gets to get on the front deck is with the net. That one wasn't going to help the cause. They've already got a limit. Joe, I did notice you went back to the back deck really fast. Hey, let us know if Brent's being mean to you. We'll let Kay know, and we'll get on him. All right. Yes, show yes. Blink twice if Brent's being mean to you. We'll pass the word along to Kay.
Hey, you thought Brent was just slapping his trap on the water earlier, but he was actually slapping Joe with it.
Yeah, exactly. Getting his eelgrass off on poor Joe. So I think we're getting some questions online about what areas of the lakes that the lake that we're seeing these anglers attack here this morning. And so far, everybody that I've covered has been from really waterfront area all the way up to North Salty Creek, but mainly out on the main lake. Which, if you fished over here much this time of year, these are really popular stretches. They're right off the river channel. Again, I've said it a few times this morning, but these flats that these guys are fishing, these river bars, there's lots of ditches and little creek channels that kind of meander through this, and then you'll have high spots and then the actual bars that'll run a pretty good ways. And that's what Brent's doing here. He's just covering a large section of shallow water that runs parallel to deeper water, and it's got grass and stumps up on top of it. Sometimes you'll run into shale. So that's where I'm at. I'm actually up the river, and the pre-tournament talk was everything was kind of going to go down the lake, and I believe that's where Jason and Darian are, but I'm certainly up here. Every team we've covered has been on the upper, towards the upper end. I mean, you've got a lot more river above us, but from that waterfront to North Salty's where we're at. Darian, where are you guys at?
We put in, and Luke, by the way, what an incredible, I mean, you just gave the best answer of all time. That was the most scientifically biologist correct answer I've ever heard. Like an aquatic biologist over there. But we put in at Seabold and started around Seabold area. Several guys kind of doing the same thing you talked about a little bit, but a little bit deeper stuff. And now we're out in front of waterfront in this area. And the majority of the people that we've seen are out on the river just straight scoping. Pretty much only deep water. This area that we're at now, there's the similar kind of flat up on top, grass, shell bar, river bar type deal, but there's a drop off, and so one's fishing kind of casting up on top of it, the other's looking for scoping fish out deeper off that drop. And pretty standard for like this entire stretch, like all the way down this entire river, no matter where you're at pretty much on the lake. The ledges, they can get shallower up 6, 7, 8 feet, but a lot of them, the tops of the flats are 8, 9, 10 feet, and so you can easily drag something on top, and then we got a little one hooked up here. Drag something up on top of that 8, 9, 10 foot, and then be able to just point your trolling motor head over just a little bit, and you're in 16, 17, 18 feet. So let's see, we're fighting this one here. What we got? A pro view, no net. Oh, it's over. Jason, what about you? I know we're pretty much around the same area, but.
I mean, I can give the fisherman answer. I'm between Luke and Darian. I mean, the real answer is I'm just a little bit north of Seabold, out here on the main river. Just been here all morning, just kind of fishing the river ledge, throwing it up shallow.
You're fishing it?
You know, each guy.
You sound like you're
fishing.
Yeah.
I am fishing. I've got a 5 in the box. Have really kind of kept it quiet. Didn't want anybody to know, but I'm pushing 31 pounds right now. Oh, speaking of, fish on, big one. That rod, this has got to be a drum. If this is not a drum, it is a 10-pounder. Or his rod is super limber. Good fish, good fish. Maybe not. I will say, for that hook set, expected much more.
Ooh, I bet you won't say that loud.
Hook set of the day for sure.
I bet you won't
say that loud enough for them to hear it.
I did. I
Jason,
expected way
it
more.
looks like, why are you whispering it though? You're saying it like you don't want them to hear you say it. Jason, we just got a text from Miss K that says, if one of us could run down to Josh Butts and McAvoy, the question is, me and you are really close to each other, so it's between me and you who's going to run down there in the cold. I wish we could play paper, rock, scissors for this, but...
Do I even need to guess where they are? You don't have to look at the tracker, do I? Okay.
No,
I don't mind running down there. I don't mind running down there. I don't mind burning a little bit of gas.
Well, and your feet,
give me some time to sit back down on these. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back down on these warm seats. So.
Yeah. I'd like to.
Darian, when I saw the forecast said light and variable, I figured the weatherman was lying and it would be like 10 to 15, you know, but it's light and variable. There's not a puff of wind up here where we're at. It is so slick, calm, beautiful. Now I wonder if, I feel like that helps the scoper bite because you're not fighting that wind. I mean, it can make the fish a little spooky, but I feel like that helps it. I do think that a little wind, obviously, on these shallow bars and these grass fish could help. A little bit of sun could help,
I totally
too.
agree. Yeah, I totally agree. Luke, I'm looking at the tracker, and I'm seeing a name. I'm going to verify it really quickly, but I'm seeing a name in the back of a creek, or kind of, I guess, midway back in a creek. Fish are totally different than what I've seen this morning. And I'm just going to verify the name before I continue, but I might make a little run here in a second because this would be fun to see. Yes, it is boat number 64, LJ Brown and Kota Kiriyama, and they're kind of fishing, I mean, a historically great stretch of Seabold. And there's a couple other boats around there. Luke, are you going to be in your area long enough for us to make a little run real quick?
Yeah, I'll hang. We've got a couple boats right here, and we'll hang with Brent Crow and Joe Lucarelli.
Alrighty, we're going to make a little run real quick.
Things are starting to change a little bit out here condition-wise. You know, we thought we were going to get hammered with rain, but really the big rain came through during the night. Got some fog this morning, but starting to see the sun peek through a little bit. I don't know how well you can see that at home. I really think that could change things. And talking to Brent Crow, he said yesterday afternoon in the sunshine, it was wide open. So you might see the shallow bite get even better between now and the 3 o'clock weigh-in. For a January bass tournament, I'll be honest, we couldn't ask for better conditions, especially compared to last year's event. Logan Martin started at 14 degrees at blast off, so a little bit different today. say the least. If you're in the Scottsboro, Guntersville area, come out to Goose Pond this afternoon. We're going to kick things off at 3 p.m. and there's one guarantee is that you will see some big bass across that Alabama Bass Trail stage this afternoon with this group of certified fish catchers that we have, 100 amazing teams. We've got Bassmaster Classic champions, Bassmaster Angler of the Years, Alabama Bass Trail Anglers of the Years, so many former champions in the Alabama Bass Trail in this field. So we know they're going to show up and show out starting at 3 p.m. in Goose Pond Colony. Got the GTO tackle store right there now too. Just come up and saw a pretty good selection of Crush City in there. Really good selection of lipless crankbaits, which if you're coming in 3 months, I would say definitely something you better have tied on. You can throw any color you want to as long as it's red. I know we have seen a lot of questions on that this morning, so if you're just joining in, everybody I've covered, it's a 1-2 punch of vibrating jig and a lipless crankbait of some sort. There are tons of good ones out there, but you can see, like with Brent right here, it's almost like they worm. It looks like he's almost fishing a worm, right? Worming that trap through the grass. You're not just chunking and winding. You're easing that thing through the grass. When you feel it come up on a little taller clump, you're ripping it free to try to get that reaction bite. I also don't know how well you can see at home, but there's a ton of birds in this area, but we're seeing loons constantly diving up in front of Joe and Brent. That obviously means there's a lot of bait fish in this area too. Folks, we appreciate everybody tuning in this morning for the ABT100 Lake Guntersville, our kickoff for this 2025 season. 3 events in the ABT100, and we're super excited to be back with you. Thank y'all for tuning in. We'll see you back in just a few moments for more live action from Lake Guntersville.
This coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is brought to you by Garmin, Powerpole, Mountain Dew, and Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Jack's here. Sorry in advance if the following makes you hungry. But right now, get 2 chicken bacon wraps with fries for only $6. That's hand-breaded, sizzling, and tasty goodness that won't break the bank. We're Jack's, and that's a wrap.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 on Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama. Welcome to Goose Pond Colony, the home of the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 for the 2025 season. 100 boats took to the water this morning, chasing over $100,000 in prize money. Yes, $25,000 goes to first place. Of course, the $8,000 Phoenix First Flight contingency money is in play, along with other boat contingencies. But you've got Garmin Grand available. You've also got Am First Bass Cash up to $2,000 to the winners here. Guys could literally walk away with $35,000 to $40,000 on a one-day tournament. I had some people comment about the payout. It is a $1,000 entry fee for the ABT100s. 100 boats, $100,000. The ABT is committed to paying back over 100% to the anglers. We do that in our regular Alabama Bass Trail 225. And then we do it to the Alabama Bass Trail 100. We're excited to be here again. This series sold out in 39 hours. You can check out all the information on alabamabasstrail100.org. The new schedule will be announced in March for the 2026 season. You can check that out probably the first Friday of March. And then registration will open again to the public on June the 11th. So a lot of things going on. It seems like we're either always announcing a schedule, opening registration, or starting a season. It's just the cycle that we're on here on the Alabama Bass Trail. We appreciate you tuning in. We're trying to get to as many teams as possible. I know that Jason is making the run to Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. We do have them on a tracker. They are two-time winners here on Lake Guntersville. They win in March. But this is one of their favorite lakes. They have 4 wins total on the Alabama Bass Trail, and I know they would love to have that silver trophy at the end of the day today, along with a $25,000 check. That wouldn't hurt too bad either. We are sending, I think Luke is headed to Bassmaster Classic champion Justin Hamner and Waylon Mullis. Hopefully we'll get to see them on the water as well. And then we have a few other teams we're going to try to chase. We do have about, let's see here, about an hour and 10 minutes before we'll sign off today. We'll be signing off around 11 a.m. we'll get back here, get ready, see the setup for the weigh-in and everything else. So I do want to thank you for tuning in. We will get back out on the water soon. If you're coming out to Goose Pond, please make sure that you bring your lawn chairs. We'd love to have you. There are no bleacher seats here, but feel free to come out. We'd love to have you here. Daria, Jason, Luke, they'll all be signing autographs and all the things, so please make sure that you come out and do all that. We will have Alabama Bass Trail merch available here for purchase as well. You can see some of those stylish new hats that the guys are wearing this weekend. But I do want to thank everyone. We've had 77 days from the time we closed things out at Wheeler to the time that we started the season up. So a lot goes on to putting these tournaments in, and it's a lot of fun, and we've got a lot of great guys. I mentioned before, you've got Angler of the Year from the Bassmaster Elite Series, Scott Canterbury, former Elite Series angler Kota Kiriyama. I hope we get to talk to Kota. He just got back in from Japan. Get to talk to him. This is his first Alabama Bass Trail event. He's visited with us several times, but hasn't ever fished with us, so glad to have him. Former Bassmaster Series angler Russ Lane, former BPT Pro Russ Lane out fishing with us. You've got to see Alex Davis. We've had a number of Bassmaster Elite Series guys fish with us in the past. Justin Atkins, as we saw at Wheeler a few months ago. Gerald Swindle's fished with us. We've had a lot. Clint Davis, former Forest Wood Cup winner, fishing with us. So this field is a lot of fun, but you're going to see some regular Alabama Bass Trail amateur anglers that are going to put a smack down on those fish today. Justin Buzzy, Ben Webb, our 2024 Anglers of the Year in the North Division. And then you've got Anthony Goggins, who is one half of the AOY team in the South Division, fishing with Randy Wiggins this week. So a lot of fun, a lot of great teams out here on the water, probably 35 or so new teams to the Alabama Bass Trail 100s. And you're starting to see some of those guys that fish the regular series jump in and get into these 100s. So it's a really cool experience to be out here on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. It does, make us able to stay with teams a little bit longer because there's only 100 teams in here, but we are going to try to get you as many teams as we can. But we're going to get back out on the water. Darian's going to talk to you a little bit. I know LiveScope's kind of been the thing everyone's been talking about. Some like it, some don't like it. But Darian's going to talk to you a little bit about what he's seen out on the water today and what baits he think is key as they're doing LiveScope. So Darian, we're going to send it out to you.
Yep. So we've been talking about all morning. Pretty much we've all seen live scoping going on, especially in our boat. We've seen a bunch of it. And like I said earlier, a minnow style bait is what everybody's throwing. Some are throwing bigger ones, some are throwing really, really small ones. We just left a guy who was throwing a minnow that was truly this small, but we've seen 6-7 inch baits. But one that's consistent that everybody has got tied on is something really similar to the freeloader, if not the freeloader. The freeloader was designed by Jacob Wheeler, and he obviously won a ton of money on it as soon as it was created. But I'll open up a pack and show you. This is made by Rapala, their new Crush City lineup. And I think, didn't we have some minnows in here somewhere? Well, we got some rigged up in the boat that I'm in, something real similar. But they're a bait just like this, and they're putting on a little bitty jig head. So there's a lead head in the front, just one singular hook that goes through the bait, comes out of the top, and they're throwing it on a spinning rod. And when you watch the people work it back, they're casting out really short casts. And like I said, they're throwing specifically at a fish. They're not randomly casting this thing around. Throw it at a fish, and they're just shaking their rod tip and slowly winding the bait back the whole time. So that bait's just give it a little bit of like a little shimmer action all the way back. But this bait was specifically designed for it. It's got a little, one of the things he talks about is this little part on the back of the tail. You can see how that bait's still moving. I'm not trying to move my hand, but that tail just consistently moves. It's got a little bit of weight on the back of it, but it just gives that little bitty action in the back. That tail's just shimmering, and it's a really, really good live scope bait. One of the best that there is, designed by, arguably the best angler in the world right now, Jacob Wheeler. And again, this is the Crush City Freeloader. Comes in a bunch of different really good colors. And so if you are looking to get into live scope, or if you're already a live scoper, definitely check out Crush City Freeloader. And they've got piles of them, pretty much every tackle store now, but especially at Academy. With all that being said, we've seen so much live scoping going on today that I actually wanted to see a different look. And so we've got some anglers here in the back of a creek that we're about to, actually, they're doing the same thing, honestly. They're just in the back of the creek doing it. looks like we've got a little bit of live scope and a little bit of jerk bait going on. So I'm gonna stand up and head over that way. We're really close, so. I think the craziest thing to think about for live scope, in my opinion, is that a lot of times when you go fishing, everybody's been fishing at some point in time. It's considered, you think about it as being slow. Growing up, it was a bobber, and you just wait and watch the bobber fall. And as we got older, that became dragging a worm or throwing some sort of bait that you're just making a bunch of casts in an area, hoping to get a bite. The crazy thing with live scope is you're looking at your screens. You can see here we got a Garmin and 2 other units, but that Garmin is going to be specifically for live scope, and you're only looking for fish. You're not casting anytime if you don't see a fish. So it's just crazy how that's changed, but you're truly throwing that little minnow bait, that little freeloader at a fish and working it, trying to get its reaction. So that's why a lot of these guys are catching so many fish nowadays, is because they're throwing straight on fish with no guesswork, really. I was wrong. These guys are not throwing they're not throwing a little bait like that. These guys are throwing a jerk bait of some sort. But Jason, it sounds like you have officially made your run down with your heated seats in your Phoenix down to Josh Butt's.
Really nice and warm ride down here. You know, you can't come to Guntersville and not fish grass or bridges, and you got to fish them both when you come. Josh Butt's right here behind us won 2 times off this bridge. Hank Cherry's also won the Bassmaster Classic off the bridge in the riprap. We're going to pull up to Josh Butt's and see, you know, get ready because the show's coming. So we wanted to make sure the camera was rolling before we pulled up to him, because if you know him very well, I don't know if Luke talks more or he talks more, but they get on the podcast together, and I think they put on a match. So
I don't know how there's enough airtime to have both of them talking to each other.
Exactly. So kind of unique here. They're really the only guys fishing the bridge. Got some guys behind us not in the event throwing a Alabama rig back there, so let's pull up here and see what Josh got. A lot of, well, there goes a whole load of chickens. Josh, what's up, buddy? A whole load of chickens just passed you, by the way. A whole load of chickens. What y'all got? Come on now, don't lie to me. Y'all have definitely done some damage in the past on this bridge, for sure. But like you've said in the past, it just turns on too, though. It'll just turn on. You've said that in the past. Yeah. And we've come by, you didn't have the same thing. We go in the back of Brown's and come back and you got a box full, so. Tell us a little bit about what goes on here. Tell us a little bit about what goes on here.
It's just winter time. Pretty small stuff, you know, they have to come in and out. You know, we're actually surprised
that you're the only ones here. I was too.
Then Stephen was racing everybody. It's like, hey, we passed about 15 boats. We rock and roll.
Well, it's good that you're able to do exactly what you want to do. You can't blame it that somebody else isn't on top of it, at least.
We haven't lost confidence either.
Good. Yeah, I think you would. 2-time winners off of this, so. Good deal. We're going to slide back and watch you fish. That's right. Well, if you didn't hear him say, you know, it's typical wintertime pattern. They have to travel in and out of here to get, you know, to the spawning flat, or travel out of here to go to the deep water. So he said, you know, keep your head down. They don't have any 2 bites so far, but nobody's here with them. So they can fish this thing the way they want to. In the past, we pulled up here and you're casting over lines because there are guys all over this bridge. So I've passed underneath this bridge going to the back of the Browns to film them. Some guys, and Josh and them didn't have hardly anything, and come back out and they got a box full. So potential here is great. This bridge definitely has produced in the past. So let's hope for them that it can do it again today. So Darren, I made the run down here, so here we are. We got what you wanted.
Yep. Well, as soon as you left, we also left and came down. We're now back in Seabold a little bit, and there's several boats. I just wanted to have a change of pace. There's some guys fishing a lot shallower. These guys that we've pulled up on now, boat number 42, they're fishing, both of them are throwing a jerk bait, fishing a lot shallower than we've been seeing. And even further back in the creek, there's some more ABT guys that are fishing same kind of thing, fishing shallower grass flats and little creek channel swings. So we're gonna keep moving back and through just to see something a little bit different.
Josh is talking about he want to say hey to his wife back at home and made him a good little goodie box. So Lorianne, he's giving you a shout out. Married man now. It's a married man.
Smart man for giving her the shout out.
Yeah. You know, I've always been around these guys, and you know, you fish together, team partners, and you know, you build relationships. Steven, I don't think he can get a word in sometimes just with Josh. I've interviewed him after their wins and those kind of things, and you know, you look at Steven and you say, Steven, tell us a little bit about how your day went, and then Josh just starts talking. So you know, Steven is very great personality, great guy, and fun, but I just don't think he can out-talk Josh. But those guys would make a really good team. I've seen some really good things from them.
For sure. And they know how to win, too. That's another big part of it.
It is really odd that nobody else is here. I mean, except for the bank fishermen who are always here. Some water temperature down here still 42 degrees. Don't have much wind or current here. That's usually something pretty important.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like you said and he said, it can change really quickly, especially if you start pulling current, and it'll start pulling through that bridge fast and turn that bite on.
Yeah, it really doesn't take much. And I'm sure there will be guys that come by and check this. You know, though there's nobody on it right now, it doesn't mean that 15 people have already stopped here.
Guys, I just caught up with Bassmaster Classic champ Justin Hammer.
Probably gonna start back throwing at us now.
ABT100
Yep.
champ.
That's your shot.
And first 20-pound bag being reported right here with these guys. They're fixing to make a real long run to try to catch some big ones to upgrade, but so they got 20 pounds in the box. No surprise there.
20 pounds, that's a good deal.
10:05, Justin said their plan was to leave here at 10. So they're fixing to, probably not going to get to spend a lot of time with them, but a lot of bait in this area. A lot of bait, a lot of birds. Justin said he saw a loon on live scope earlier and thought it was a 10-pounder. He got really excited. Turns out it was a one of them fish-eating birds. They're wild on live scope. You can see them, man. It's crazy.
Guys, we're going to jump on another boat really quickly, and we'll be right back. We made our way down the lake towards waterfront and immediately started picking up a lot more boats, Jason, down in this area.
Oh, yeah.
Justin says he's educated.
A lot of guys. Yep.
Justin, how do you educate bass that are already the most educated in the world? And then they said, now we know the serial number on that too, when it comes by. You taught them some new lessons. And Justin was saying he's educated them too much this morning. I said, how do you educate bass that are already some of the most educated in the world? You know, Lake Guntersville is a premier destination for so many bass fishermen. He said, well, you figure out something that they start biting and you catch the heck out of them until they stop biting. That's how you educate them. And he said they had apparently quite a morning in here in this area, but got some other areas a long ways away. They're going to try to go upgrade their bag. It's got a Tennessee River win, the ABT100 a couple years ago on Pickwick. These two do. We'll see if they can add another one of those trophies, pair of trophies to the mantle. Oh, wow. He says there's a school of 5 and 6 pounders just thrashing through bait he can see, but they won't eat. They're super smart. Says the 3 and 4 pounders, he can catch them. Hey, no problem, man. We're glad to get to catch up with y'all for the little time we did. Good luck. Go upgrade. See y'all this afternoon. They've got a 20-pound bag in the boat, and they're packing it up, fixing to make a long run to try to upgrade it. Justin just said they did what they wanted to do right here. They've been in this area pretty much at the start, sounds like. And so now they're headed on down the lake. We're going to move on. There's several teams in this area. We're going to try to catch up with a couple of other teams, I believe, before we leave. wish I had my live scope on the boat just so I could see what he's talking about. Because that'd be cool, the live scope master, you know.
So we're still on a team of Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy, two-time Lake Guntersville winners in March, actually. So they know the wintertime pattern pretty well. Just got 2 bites so far, though. You hear guys say a lot of times you can live and die by the bridge pattern. They have definitely lived on it pretty well, so. For those at home, this is the Browns Creek Causeway. Forward of Josh, underneath the ridge and on back is actually Browns Creek, and big popular area. Produces a lot of bags through the years. Way back in there is a good grass flat. Right side of this has got some good islands to fish. I mean, there's actually a ramp just on the other side of this bridge to the right, and to the left back here on our side is a ramp as well. So the Bassmaster Classic actually put in at the ramp on our side right here. So I mean, it's through the years a lot of activity through here. Like we've said all morning long, Lake Guntersville is definitely a destination lake and a great opportunity for fishing. And this, if you're coming to Guntersville and you want to go fishing, summertime, wintertime, fall, this is definitely a place to even just stop and fish.
What do y'all got, boys? Hooked up. Here we go. Hey, I'm gonna slide back here. We're gonna watch y'all a little bit if that's okay. Hooked up.
Hooked up.
Number 1 right here, guys. Hooked up. Jason Cannon, J.D. Bedford, Lawrence County, Tennessee boys right here. Hometown. They pulled up and they were culling. They got another one on and edited it. In the same area we saw Justin happen. Let's go. Right there. Nicely done. I just said, how y'all doing? And he said, this right here is how we do it. He set the hook. That's what we like right there. How much y'all think you got? 17, okay.
It just really started to pick up for us.
Okay. So it started off slow, and it just started picking up, catching. We're gonna hang back here and let the folks at home watch y'all do work.
Luke, as soon as y'all were talking about a fish catch, we also just saw one as we pulled up, but we didn't get it on camera. Well, this is boat number 82, John Kellett and Robert Story, and we haven't been able to talk to them yet. They did just catch one and netted it, so not sure how good it is. There's several boats back here, Luke, fishing kind of in the back of, midway to the back of Seabold, fishing shallow.
We're seeing a lot of boats. in the area we're in, Darian, but not fishing shallow anymore. This is, we're seeing some scoping, some catching, and some culling right here. The last two teams we've covered, so a lot of fish on bait.
Got one. Oh, he's hung up.
Come in Thursday, back pulled up. These fish, they took cast off 6 and 5.
Seen enough, right?
I went 2 more days without a bite.
Oh, listen, that was the talk out of practice, is that if you're not on the right little deal, it's tough done, right?
So we're gonna go, get a couple of them, and pan out.
Yeah, amen.
It's not gonna make it run, but no, it's working out for us now.
Awesome.
It's starting to come around a little
Tell your partner to catch one. Quit talking so much up there.
bit. Right.
They said they pulled up here and practiced and caught a 5 and a 6, and then spent the next 2 days not getting a bite. So this was kind of their bread and butter, and it started out slow, and now they've got 17 pounds, I think. So the fish are just starting to bite more a little bit.
Morning, guys. What y'all got so far? 13. Y'all got 5? 13 pounds, 5 fish so far. For John Kellett and Robert Story. This right here is what it looks like when Luke Duncan gets done with Christmas and he goes to sink Christmas trees. Is this duck boat right here passing by? And that's exactly what Luke frequently rides around his neighborhood stealing Christmas trees and loads them up on his boat just like that and sinks them out on Lake Laurel Hill, whatever it's called, and which I believe is illegal in the state of Tennessee, but we won't go there.
Common agreement.
And that's the cops chasing
for you, buddy.
That's the cops.
They're coming
that's the
for
cops
you.
Coming for him.
Josh, they're coming for you. Get ready. Oh no, something's on fire. Y'all get ready. You might want to just like turn my microphone off.
Man, if I knew we could just ask and the studio could turn our mics off, I would ask more frequently for them to turn Luke's mic off. To be honest, I didn't know that was an option. I'd ask for that more frequently.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can cancel each other out like that. I don't think we can do that, Darian. We got Bedford, J.D. Bedford, Jason Cannon right here in the Phoenix trying to win $32,000 today and got a great start. 17 pounds or so in the box. in an area with a lot of fish, it seems like. Several teams in here, a lot of bait fish in here. A lot of birds, a lot of birds diving.
Luke, I just heard we got a grass clump. I heard we're getting close to the roundup, so I'm actually going to troll over really quickly to this next boat before we do the roundup. So if we could throw it over to Luke for just a second. We got a boat about 100 yards away. We're going to troll to really quickly.
All right. Got boat number 1 running the show now. J.D. Bedford, Jason Cannon, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee team. Jason just missed out on winning AOY in the ABT North a couple of seasons ago. And they are doing some scoping. Hey, if any are hiding over here under my boat, just throw. If you hook us, no big deal. I'm just trying to get out of y'all's way best I can. Y'all are running the show right now. It's all Cannon and Bedford right now. All the Lawrence counties commenting on Facebook right now. We've had a good many folks watching this morning. It's been fun. I don't know. There's a lot of Lawrence County teams in this thing this year. I couldn't believe how many birds, loons, and gulls when we were easing in here, you know. And Jason's saying there's just a ton of bait in here these guys are fishing around. Hopefully a lot of that bait dies off next week and that bitter cold. This place is chock full of bait from one end to the other right now.
Yeah. I've noticed if you get around too much bait, you're not going to get this. The smaller pods.
Smaller pods of bait where you're getting bit.
You can kind of get bit on that.
So Jared and I were talking, you know, anytime you see them, I feel like on live scope, they're thrashing through a bunch of bait, and it's a big ball like that, I have a hard time getting a bite. It's those that kind of get away from it, and you're not competing with the real thing as much.
Yeah. We watched a clinic this morning. Lord mercy.
You know, we caught the tail. He was telling us the recap, and it sounds like y'all might have watched one.
I was getting a little jealous.
Yeah. So these guys are telling me they were in here with Justin Hammer, so they got to watch a little bit of a clinic. And you know, the Pickwick ABT100 he won, I got to watch that clinic.
I didn't realize it was Hammer.
He can put one on.
He did.
He can put one on. He's got the trophies to back it up now for sure too, you know. Like Jurassic Park with these blue, there's so many birds in here, blue herons. Do the clouds bother y'all? Do you think you need sun because we had more sun in practice to make the bigger ones bite?
Yeah, I probably preferred a little more sun. It kept them
A little,
entertained a little bit.
a little more balled up.
They're just everywhere.
We were expecting it just to pour rain all day, so we're not going to complain that it's it's not raining. And last year at the first ABT100, the folks at home have heard us say this 10 times this morning, but it was 14 degrees when I called boat numbers, so we'll take this too versus what it's going to be tomorrow and Monday. Polar vortex on the way to North Alabama. I believe Darian is back with us. Darian, where did you go? Who did you find?
I just went a little bit further back in the creek. We've got LJ Brown and Kota Kiriyama. I'm gonna scoot in a little bit closer. They got a 300 on the back of this boat, scooting and booting. Guarantee they're the first ones down here.
I've been in a boat with Kota before too. I don't know that I want to ride with him pushing around a 300. He's a wild man. He's not scared of anything.
I think I would have to have my hands on the wheel if I was on a boat with a 300. I would have to have my hands on the wheel. I would not want to be the passenger. I would want to be the driver. Kate just said in our AirPods that it is.
It is, I believe. I think Kate said that earlier.
Yeah. She just said in her
first
ear,
ever
she just got back
ABT.
from Japan. I bet he brought back some sneaky baits he's still in.
I hope he's got some extras at the weigh-in. I'm gonna hit him up. I'll tell a
Trade him for a
Kota's
bag of
story. When I had just started working in the industry and got to know Kota, I knew him through the Bassmaster Open a little bit, and ran into him at a show one time, and he was telling me about some new crazy topwater that he'd been working on, and he sent me one of them. I gave him my card, and he sent me one of them in the mail. And it came in, it's the craziest looking thing I've ever seen. And Darren, you probably heard this story before. And in a BFL Super tournament over here, I caught a 6-pounder on it. My first cast I ever tied it on in a tournament.
Jeez.
I sure did. He's given me some cool stuff over the years to try out. He's always got some sneaky stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna have to raid his tackle boxes this afternoon. I'm gonna need you to take over weigh-in when he comes through, so he can't sneak off without me finding out what the latest and greatest from Japan is this time.
My Kota story was when he had the American Dream tournament on Wheeler, me and my papa fished it I guess 2 years. I thought that was always a cool one. I don't remember exactly what the deal was, but first place was like a trip, I believe, to Japan maybe.
It was, yeah, it was, that's right.
Yeah, it was a trip to Japan, that's what I thought. That was a cool tournament.
I can just
Guys, y'all got
him,
them so far?
3 so far.
3 giants?
No, they're about 2.5.
Yeah. Got 3 so far, about 2.5 each.
Kota was finesse fishing before finesse fishing was cool on the Bassmaster Elite Series, man. I can remember down at Lake Seminole and all that timber and one of those elites down there drop shotting, and then that elite he won out of Buffalo, New York on Erie, drop shotting smallmouth on 2D sonar over like 100 feet of water. suspended fish. Give that man a live scope. He's going to be really dangerous now.
Yeah, I remember reading that in Bassmaster magazine with the pencil drawing of what a drop shot looked like. I had no understanding of what it was.
He's definitely been an innovator in the sport. Guys like him, and then of course Aaron Martin's adopted so many of those techniques early on. I actually, in a Bassmaster Open on the Hudson River in New York, I drew Kota Kuriyama's brother as my co-angler one time, and had a pretty good day. And it was the coolest thing in the world. His brother was an accountant in New York City, and Kota had just got him, paid his entry fee and put him in the tournament. He didn't even bass fish. And he brought like basically a Walmart sack, some of the craziest looking Japanese baits I'd ever seen, and about 3 rods. And he could cast better than Kevin Van Dam. And I said, "You don't fish?" And he says, No, I don't fish." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And he caught a keeper before I had a bite on our first spot. And he said, "That's my limit. My brother said if I caught one, I needed to sit down and let you fish." And it was the coolest thing in the world. He cheered me on all day. It was crazy. He said, "I'm just here to see my brother." And
that's awesome.
Such a good memory, man. Yeah, I was about 19 years old, 20 years old at the time, but it was really cool. And Darian, that was just a couple years ago. 20 was just 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, folks at home wondering. Darren, are those guys primarily fishing shallow, you said, in Seaboard?
Well, they're actually fishing out a little bit deeper. They honestly, they're moving pretty quick on the trolling there, but they started shallower back on what I'd call a little tray swindle hole that me and you have fished, and now they're kind of poking out towards.
So it has no fish on it.
Towards the middle. Yeah. Correct.
Tray swindle holes, they dry up.
Shout out little Trey.
Gar holes. The LOB himself.
Yeah, that's about.
He probably got
half
he probably got disqualified today. He probably got disqualified today for something just for watching.
Yeah.
Just for watching live.
I can see that being the case.
He broke a rule somewhere, you know. Bless his heart.
I reckon Trey's probably eating a little bowl of Frosted Flakes right now, just listening to me and you talk about them. Out of a Scooby-Doo bowl. Good luck, guys. Well, Luke, they're leaving us, and I have no one else around, so what I'm going to do is probably throw it to you full, and I'm just going to sit down and wait on the roundup.
That sounds about right. Sounds about right. We're on boat 1 while Darian gets situated for the roundup here in just a little bit. We'll kind of break things down for the day. We're still with Jason Cannon and J.D. Bedford. Went out boat number 1 this morning, so they got their pick of where they wanted to be, and they started right here. Said they fished a little bit stubborn to start with, but then things opened up. They got about 17 pounds now. In the same area when we first got here, we had Justin Hamner and Waylon Mullis, and they're reporting in at 20 pounds. made a really long run to try to upgrade that. But it was interesting. Jason Cannon actually said, he goes, you know, we got to see a real clinic this morning. And that Bassmaster Classic champ was apparently showing off this morning right out of the jump, sounds like. But the fish are starting to cooperate for these two guys, and they're hoping to upgrade as the day goes on. Still a lot of time left. Our weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. at Goose Pond Colony. Got the weigh-in set up right there next to the tackle store. Weigh-in stage, come on out. See some big bass. Cheer these guys on, trying to win $25,000. We got a $7,000 Phoenix Boats bonus that could take you to 32 grand. All sorts of contingency money on the line. Over $100,000 in overall payback. And as we heard earlier, you know, teams have won thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in these 100s. It's a $1,000 entry fee, so it's a little more, you know, a little more expensive than the ABT North and the ABT South, but it's a smaller field, bigger payday. And I'm telling you, man, finding a one-day event that pays what these ABT 100s pay is really tough to find. And to get to compete against this caliber, you know, we've got, again, Bassmaster Classic champions, Bassmaster Elite Angler of the Years, BPT champs, former ABT Angler of the Years, ABT champs. I mean, this field is absolutely stacked up in these 100s every year. And of course, the 100s are different from the North and the South in that in the North and the South, they're completely amateur. There are no professionals allowed. So if you pay an entry fee over a certain amount, you fish a certain trail, you are not allowed to fish the ABT North or the ABT South. And I believe once you're done with that, you have to sit out for 1 year before you can come back to the ABT North and South. And in these, you're not allowed to have two professionals in the boat, only one certified professional. If you keep up with the ABT very much, you know, most of our teams are bordering on professional. They just choose not to chase bass all over the country. We've got some of the greatest bass anglers in the United States that fish all three divisions of the Alabama Bass Trail. So you're gonna have what lined up?
So you think Miss Kay's gonna have neck braces lined up for everybody?
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I hope they got me a Jack's biscuit waiting when I get back up there. Fat Boy's getting hungry. Are there just a lot of individual pods of them all in here, just out over this deeper water? Is this y'all's plan pretty much all day? Y'all gonna do this or change it up?
I think now it's our plan.
It sounds like a pretty good plan now, huh?
Yeah, I've got to stick with it now.
When you talk about running to that concrete, that's a pretty good poke on this lake.
It's a pretty good poke. Been good to me before.
I get it. Right. They like to, these guys like to fish the tail race, you know, and they're not ready to run all the way up in the tail race here, but they think they're gonna settle in and do this the rest of the day. Welcome back, Jason.
Well, we just kind of moved around a little bit here and got on Mr. Russ Lane. And they're sitting on about 17 pounds. And they're gonna make a move here. But we're not gonna go far, so we're gonna kind of hang out with them because Chris Rutland and Russ Lane, boat number 66. Good to see Russ out here fishing with us. They're gonna make a little run back in there. We're gonna set, you know, don't have 20 yet. When we pull back in here, they were kind of scoping around back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So my guess is they're chasing them. This area in the summertime's got a lot of grass in it. Got a lot of lily pads. We'll call it all red. We're not necessarily in the creek at all red, but you know, we're definitely just outside it here. So as you see Russ take a run off, Luke, I'm gonna give it back to you, and we're gonna set up for the roundup.
All right, Jason. We are not far away from our roundup here this morning. We appreciate all y'all tuning in. The numbers have been awesome this morning. Darian likes to think it's because of him, but we know it's because Lake Guntersville is a big bass factory. Folks are curious about how these ABT100 anglers are getting it done this morning, early in the year. All right, guys, one more commercial break to thank the sponsors that make all this possible here within the Alabama Bass Trail. We appreciate everybody watching, and we'll be back in just a few moments to wrap this thing up from this first ABT100 of the 2025 season.
The Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, and Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
She got it good too, T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Whether you say bologna, bologna, or bologna, you're gonna love our new smoked bologna breakfast sandwich with egg and melty cheese on Texas toast. Or get 2 smoked bologna biscuits for just $3.99. We're Jack's, and that's no bologna.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio. First stop at the Alabama Bass Trail 100 for 2025. We've been on live for 4 hours. We're going to go ahead and get out to Jason Duran. He's going to be the first guy we talk to about. Jason, how did the day go compared to what you thought it was going to go today?
You know, coming into this event, we knew it was going to be changing conditions, and it's been changing all week. You know, last weekend we had snow. Yesterday it was 59. Today it's going to be in the 50s. Water temperatures fluctuating. The fish have really had a shock, kind of had a warm up, and tomorrow it's going to really get cold again. So we're fishing, you know, the front's coming, so the fish should be biting. We've seen some teams, you know, pushing that 18-pound mark. We are expecting teams to well over 18 pounds, even into possibly the 30-pound range. So we haven't seen that today yet, but I think the weather's going to get better as we get closer to weigh-in time. So some of those teams with that later, just a little bit later flight could have great potential if the sun pops out. You know, we've just been on some teams that just kind of fishing shallow right in here, just outside of All Reds. First team we've seen kind of go into the shallow grass. That should be a bite that would play, but most of our day has been spent out on the lake. A lot of guys with their heads down, using the Garmin Live Scope, just chasing fish, picking them off one at a time. So most of our day has been spent live scoping. We did get over to the Browns Creek Bridge and spend some times with Butts and McAvoy. So, you know, they've won 2 here. So that's going to be their pattern. So we've seen a lot of mixing it up, but most of it's going to be live scoping, and, you know, we'll hear from the other teams here. I think we're going to kick over to Darian. Darian, tell us a little bit about what you've seen today.
That was dominate this tournament. We've been hearing about it. You see it on Facebook. But so we started with that this morning, and a lot of guys out on the river scoping, like we talked about, little minnows up to 7-inch size minnows, and everybody's catching the same size fish, 2.5 pounders out on the river. So like you're saying, it's going to be interesting to see if the weights that we've seen will increase at weigh-ins. And then you've got someone like Hamner, which Luke is probably going to talk about, who's had a goal weight to get to by 10 o'clock, and he got there. So I'm sure there's a lot of things that are changing, like people have goals to get, you know, a certain weight in the morning and go try to upgrade a different way or something. But curious to see, the main thing will be the fog this morning. How did that affect the morning bite? And then as the fog's lifting, right now it's lifting a little bit. The sun's getting out a little bit-ish. It's getting brighter out, so I don't know if that turns on the grass bite maybe. Who knows, but that'll be something we'll find out later on at weigh-ins. A lot of good fish catching today. Luke, let's hear about what you saw, buddy.
Well, what an awesome start to the 2025 season. You know, we had a little bit of a break since November in the ABT100 there on Wheeler, but man, we are back in business this morning, and I have got to see Guntersville from all angles today. So we saw that winter trap bite, that pre-spawn bite that we see so much over here historically. I got to spend some time with experts in that, like a Brent Crow, Alex Davis, and their game plan is to just stick with that and avoid the live scope craze that has taken over this lake. A lot of those big weights you saw back in November, December were caught scoping, and after we left those guys that said they were ignoring that, we went to the teams that absolutely are embracing that, including Bassmaster Classic champ Justin Hamner, our first 20-pound bag we heard of here on live, and then most recently with J.D. Bedford and Jason Cannon, the Tennessee boys are out here scoping. They've got 17 pounds in the box looking to upgrade. So I think we're going to see some fireworks at 3 p.m. It is very early in the day still, and these guys are absolute fish catchers. If you're around 3 p.m. Goose Pond Colony, it's going to be an absolute throwdown. Miss Kay, I can't wait.
I can't think of a better way to start this season. You know, when I was still calling boat numbers, Luke and Derry and them are already seeing fish catches, and that's what you want to see, live action out on the water. We saw a lot of fish catches today on Lake Guntersville. The all-time Alabama Bass Trail record is 32:02, and it was established on February the 1st of 2014 at the very first Alabama Bass Trail tournament. It was here on Lake Guntersville, 32:02. The heaviest weight big bass was 1036, weighed in on Pickwick back in 2018 by Jeremy Christian and Logan Johnson. Can we see those records fall today? I think coming into this event, a lot of people thought we would see that. We're looking at a 20-pound bag right now at 11 o'clock being our leading bag with several 17 to 18-pound bags already in. Fog's going away. The sun is trying to break through. Will that make a difference? Well, you'll see today at 3 o'clock, as Luke said, on the live weigh-in. You can tune in back here on YouTube, on AlabamaBassTrail100.org, and on our Facebook pages. Thank you for tuning in today. We hope to see you back here at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. Y'all have a great day.
This coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series has been presented by Amherst Credit Union and is sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home.